right to left in terms of what are the big trends. The first thing is that the threat landscape has become more dangerous, and probably every single company out there has a potential threat, simply because there's a lot of automation that happens to the threat itself, right? So people use AI, people use very convenient applications which actually deliver malware. You might have heard of the SolarWinds episode, right? It was actually one of the biggest payloads that were ever delivered, but on the code build itself, it's in the software supply chain area. So those are kind of the attacks that you're going to see. And as the silicon, right? I mean, Moore's law is getting disrupted by how NVIDIA builds chips, right? I mean, the power of the computing is no longer actually doubling in 18 months, it's probably doubling in 8 months and 10 months. And therefore, it gives opportunities for bad actors to use and very malicious code in a highly automated way to breach your environments, or your customers' environments. So we have to be extremely resilient when it comes to the cyber capabilities that we have to build together for our customers. The other big challenge is about the talent gap. The market has actually run ahead because of India's leapfrogging into the digital era, whether it's payments, whether it's healthcare, whether it's the new ONC program that the government has launched. We're actually ahead of the curve when it comes to digital transformation. Now, when you do that, the cyber threats obviously escalate, and therefore we are seeing a big gap between what the market wants from a talent. Said that, you need extreme levels of automation to provide cyber resilience. And somebody mentioned that earlier. I think the Indian partnering ecosystem has to evolve faster than what it is today to deliver managed security services. I'm going to touch upon that later in the slide. Now, what it essentially means is that use automation to provide services to our customers to deliver the cyber resilience that we want. Now, I'll give you a context of Palo itself. Right? We have 12,000 employees, probably the most attacked company on planet, because everybody wants to prove a point that there's a company which is in cybersec, but still that we can enter the organization in a very malicious way and prove a point. Probably the most attacked company. Now we have our next generation SOC. Any guesses how many people manage that SOC to ensure that we have the cyber resilience capability 365 days, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day? Any guesses? How many people run that SOC? Your guess is as good as mine, but I'll probably ask 90. Any? Okay, we probably have 9 people running that entire SOC, and that's 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. It's just that level of extreme automation that we drive when it comes to cyber resilience. And that's the level of sophistication, that's the level of scale that we believe that our partners can build to make sure that our customers remain to be protected from all the bad actors. The other part is the software supply chain. We spoke about how cloud dominates the customer's IT landscape today, whether it's on-prem or genuinely on the hyperscalers. The cloud technologies as well as the cloud landscape itself is so dominated that cyber threat actors are actually entering the space on the software supply chain. SolarWinds is an example. Last year they found several malware which was actually available on GitHub itself. So when companies build their applications, they use tons and tons of software code downloadable from or open source software from GitHub and other sources. There are malware built in. Now, if you don't have a very strong DevSecOps posture, there's a chance that you're going to have a SolarWinds kind of attack. And that is going to stay dormant unless there's a trigger. It can come and trigger your systems after 2 years, 3 years, 2 months later, what have you, but it can completely wreck your system. And these are some of the threats that we are seeing in the marketplace going more and more mainstream. And it's our job jointly together as a form of a partnership to go and address those customers. The other two are something that we have seen in the earlier slide. Now, we did some calculations. I keep saying this in all forums. There are 3 types of companies. Companies who have been breached, companies who are yet to be breached, companies who don't be breached. Right? So that's the main threats that we're seeing. Very heavy costs that you incur when you actually don't put a very strong posture. The ransomware attacks have gone up significantly. The kind of pay that we need, or the cost of these ransomware attacks have gone up significantly over the last 4 5 years. It's gone up 10x, and there are very many organizations that we know in the country, right, that have been breached. The challenge there is that many of them don't even go and ask for help. They don't admit that they have a bad cyber posture, right? And therefore they don't go and get the people in to go and repair their system. So we do have a challenge. We have to recognize it, and it's our duty together to go and tell our customers that we should actually build something which is resilient for them. So what happens when you have a context when customers are moving to the digital era, they become completely digital. The threat landscape keeps increasing. Every aspect of your digital footprint actually has a cyber threat. So it actually elevates the topic to the boardroom. Now, what it means to all of us here is that many of you would have sold, network security solutions, firewalls, next generation firewalls to the traditional security vendors, people who actually manage the security environment in the customer premises. So the data center was confined, the edge had to be secure, so you would have gone and spoken to the network folks. In today's context, when your applications transform itself and you land up on the cloud, private or otherwise, then when your users themselves are all over the place, right, work from home, hybrid workplace, what have you, your supply chains have become massively distributed. Your attack surface area is so much more magnified. And therefore, it is a boardroom agenda. Now, what it also means to us, for the people in this room, is that the people who buy, the decision makers, the people who have a say in the matter of buying the cybersecurity solution has changed. It's no longer the network person. It's about the financial, the CFO gets involved, right? The business people get involved, right? The CISO gets involved, the DevSecOps and the CI/CD pipeline leaders get involved, the site reliability engineers get involved. So we have to start learning how to actually articulate ourselves and be present and engage with these different personas in our customer organization to be very effectively delivering a cybersecurity solution. So there's a lot of transformation that happens within the partner organization itself to be effectively selling the cybersecurity solution. So this is the recommendations that we have in terms of how to stay ahead, and obviously the delivery of it has to be done together, and we are a 100% partner-led organization, so we expect our partners to skill up to significantly be a part of this transformation that our customers go through. Hybrid security workforce, we have spoken about that. The cloud actually is a terrific opportunity for all of our customers to digitally transform, but therein lies the fine print. All of you and all of your customers who actually sign up for a cloud service provider, capabilities, probably don't realize that the security aspect is a shared responsibility. There's only so much that the CSP will deliver security for and on. The rest of it is our responsibility. So we have to know, right, what the customer is signing up, what he's not signing up, and that's our play, and that's the opportunity, and that's why we can really come in and secure it. Data, I think, like I said, when you have a hybrid environment, your data is scattered all over the enterprise. Now you have to secure them no matter how. And this is not going to change, right? You'll have connected cars, you'll have medical devices which are smart, you'll have supply chains which are massively distributed, you'll have IoT coming in, 5G will actually accelerate the IoT adoption. In all these contexts, right, your data part is actually going to be hugely used in the enterprise. So we have to secure them, we have to make sure the networks are secure, the users are secure, the apps are secure, and obviously the data is secure. Now, more importantly, is also about being prepared for response. You will notice that almost all cybersecurity vendors are talking about AI or the liberal use of AI when they come to cyber preparedness. Now, what it basically means is that you recognize patterns, you use your threat intelligence networks as well as your database to ensure that you have built cyber resilient code using AI and machine learning. But more importantly, the cost of breaches are extremely high if you're down. So the important part is how fast can you respond. Now, I'll take the Palo example. We were actually 3 years back, 4 years back, we were typically taking 2 weeks to respond to a potential attack. We would have probably looked at the attack. Okay, we recognize the attack. We would probably offline the the machines which are probably attacked, but it would have taken 2 weeks to actually respond effectively. Today, we are doing it in less than a minute. Right? That's the level of automation. That's the level of AI that we deploy to make sure that we can be effectively be cyber resilient. And we are happy to share how we do it. And that's why the managed security operations come in. We expect all our partners to quickly transition into being managed security providers. Yeah. So the thumb rule is obviously the zero trust network. I think that's often bandied, forget a word in the market today. It means different things to different people. I had a customer, so he said, "Are you sure what you're saying is ZTNA?" And I said, "What's your definition?" He and all. And I said, "No, ZTNA is like the definition of God. Everybody's got their own definition. But don't worry about the definition. You have to look at how your organization stays protected for now and well into the future." One of the things that we really have to know is that the aspect of digital transformation is fundamentally a business imperative. Now, when the customers transform and when their applications transform and they get modernized, their actually platforms get modernized, the security aspect has to go hand in hand and not as an afterthought. So when you do that, what happens is most of the time you are actually going to have conversations which are different from the traditional, firewall conversations. It's about imposing security during the code build itself. So we are happy to have that conversation. Most of you would have seen our Q1 results, which was spectacular. We announced the acquisition of a company called CIOTV. Now, what it basically does is to ensure that the DevSecOps portion of yours is absolutely immaculate, is absolutely protected, and is spot on when you not only look at modernizing the applications today, but also into the future. So this is a traditional way a customer would look at. He will probably look at multiple vendors, right, in terms of his cybersecurity posture solution. I've worked in Sun Microsystems, Oracle, NetApp, Red Hat, and in most of these organizations, the leading vendor typically has 30+ market share. Right? And there are 2 or 3 vendors put together, they'll have 70% market share. The cybersecurity market is something very, very unique. There are more than 200 vendors, and probably the best vendor, right, in a particular category will probably have 15% market share. Now, what it basically means is that it's a very, very high-tech, complex industry because the threat landscape is constantly evolving. Innovation is a constant requirement, which actually motivates new companies to come into and enter into this area. More importantly, the complexity for a CISO is that he has to keep looking at the latest solutions and probably actually acquiring them at different points in time. But typical customer would have not less than 15 to 20 cybersecurity solution vendors. And most of you are part of the solution capability that you deliver. Now, this is going to be extremely complex to manage as your digital footprint goes, as the customer's digital footprint goes. So the market requirement is to look at a vendor or a few vendors who will actually give you a complete visibility of your cyber landscape and therefore not only be resilient, but also respond not only today, but in the future. So if you look at how we have been doing it, we have to look at all our product lines across 3 fundamental buckets. The first is the evolution of the network security framework, which is our network security platform, which has a whole bunch of capabilities in a single product. Sorry. The second is the cloud part. Like I said, if cloud is your priority and it's a customer's priority, the code, the posture, the products, the services, everything has to be secure, including the networks. And finally, we need extreme automation. I gave an example of how Palo manages our next generation SOC to ensure that we deliver probably the best response and the fastest response, and not only that, elevate the posture requirement from a response perspective. So the key takeaway here is that the Prisma Cloud secures the cloud footprint. We are leaders in that. Almost every big unicorn, Unicorn, Decacon are all part of our customer base. The Cortex XM, our largest customers, the ITAS customers, the largest endpoint customers in the country are our customers. And more importantly, we have been traditionally known as a next generation firewall company, and we have been able to deliver what the customers' requirements are for the last decade. So the interesting thing here is that
customers have traditionally looked at best of breed. Now, why not the best platform itself? Now, it's very easy to say that because customers would have acquired products at various points in time. Our ask to the partner organization is that do not take the platform approach on day one, right, or day zero, right? What we have, and I'm going to actually skip a slide here to present this slide, which is very, very relevant. Why am I presenting this slide? The same slide 4 years back, we had one product on the Magic Wand. We just had the next generation firewall. 4 years hence, based on acquisition and product innovation, we have close to 11 products which are actually not only the best in its own class, but they all work together. So what it means to partners like you is that when you have a customer conversation, you can enter the customers or make them your customer through any of these products. You lead the conversation with any of these product lines, you have an opportunity to engage the customer and sell. Now, what happens after you sell and services? You have the opportunity to expand. So, what we are encouraging our partners to do is to land with any of these, innovative products who are top of the line in their respective categories, but also gives you the opportunity to string them together with other product lines so that you eventually build out a platform. So, it's going to take time. It's not easy because customers have to use legacy. Customers need to be convinced. Customers want you to take the responsibility of not only integrating them, but also servicing them. It's going to take some time. It's probably 4 quarters, 6 quarters away. But if we start today, I think we ensure that we share a wallet on cybersecurity expense is something that all of us can work together and grab as much as possible. Now, I'll go back to the earlier slide, right? So, the opportunity to sell the platform is definitely there, but individual products by themselves are world beaters. So I would encourage that we talk, we know how to engage the customer, look at the cyber posture, and eventually suggest the best platform or best product, and then move towards a platform. I was having a conversation with one of the consulting organizations yesterday, and the ask was that they have been consulting to their customers to do digital transformation. They, as a consulting firm, they wanted to know how can we ensure that we have visibility of the customer's digital environment as they transition? Because we're going to be hybrid, we will not move to the cloud completely, but when we are in this process, the applications get transformed, networks get transformed, the infrastructure gets transformed, how are they going to get complete visibility? So our answer to that is something called the Attack Surface Management, ASM, which gives you an outside-in view of your complete IT landscape. It will give you your cyber posture, and it will also help you actually go and tell the customer, hey, these are the networks, these are the users, these are the devices, these are your cloud footprint environments, which are not secure. It's an opportunity for us to go and sell together. So it's a very, very consultative-led approach, and we are happy to work along with the partner. Many of our partners have started doing that with lots of success. So I just want to add that point, saying that this is a top-down way of selling to our customers when it comes to the cybersecurity solutions. So specifically coming to India, right? I think India is right on top when it comes to Palo. For one big reason, of course, our CEO is an Indian, Nikesh Arora. He was earlier CEO of SoftBank, now he's the CEO for 4.5 years. He's the one who actually made a lot of acquisitions and made sure that we became best of breed, a solution provider and a platform player. I showed that in this slide. Having said that, we have the largest engineering center presence in Bangalore. We currently have more than 800 people, and that's built for around 2,000 people. So the investment in India is very, very high, and we'd love to actually have you and your customers be at that center so that you can talk to the people who actually build up. This is not a cost center. This is about actually having some of the finest minds in cybersecurity, cloud security, and net security. Engineering is done in Bangalore. The other part which is very relevant for us and to our customers is the India cloud landscape. Some countries are going to actually become more concerned about data governance and this data, data to be located elsewhere. So as this becomes very important, how customers run their IT landscape, I think that all the products that we data that gets generated when it comes to XDR data and data, like all of them. So the data governance part is very important. The other part, and I'm sure you should be facing shortage of talent. We have more than 150 institutions in the country who have adopted our courseware to actually teach this. So it's a great set of people who are trained on cybersecurity. So we'll be happy to share the institutions that people who are already there. And it's become a very, very important part of how India should be being made as one of the forms of cybersecurity. Not just the fact that we are the largest nuclear framework, our COVID deployment, probably the best in more than ONDC is from how business team or B2C is being conducted. So these are some of the big investments. We are a very, very important market for us, and each one of you part of our network, that is our family to ensure that it's the best for our customers. So, these are bragging slides. So, when you look at it, 10 or 9 ITI companies, manufacturing, oil and gas companies, pharma, right? Many of the 10 largest banks, all of them are our customers, and we expect that the opportunity to identify as with the customer's application to price, so using the criteria and do the supply chain. So the next partner part, which is where it makes relevance in terms of how do we the skills and competencies we bring. One of the most popular programs and India's second after the US is cyber program. Most of you other partners will probably have certified engineers. It actually become part of this program where there is a huge opportunity for them to learn from our experts, apply to your customers, be a part of the demos, the POCs we do. More importantly, I think it's important for them to be ahead of skills. There's a very strong certification program that we do for the engineers who deliver the solutions. Eventually, those are the people who make a big impact. We have 100% half of the best security solutions, and we expect our partners to do it. So the importance is that together we have something very strong to offer to our customers. So the key takeaways, market is rapidly evolving. All of you agree that India, the next decade, India is great. That's the first part. Have a broad-based conversation. It's important that we lead that conversation with our customers because cybersecurity is possible of it. That your lingua franca, the language you use, the people whom you say will also prevent their engagement, skills to the services and solutions, and most importantly, answer. This is the biggest change. Look for selfish interest for building your valuation. The more we are, the more service transaction will be the valuation. So my question to people here is that come on board and start building security experience and to start looking at managed services because it's important that we understand that the market has a huge gap of skill and the customer is depend on us to get it. Thank you very much. Thanks for your attention and good luck for the rest of the session. Thank you.
Thank you for the interesting session. Is I think redefined cybersecurity. Palo Alto offers to enterprises. Moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, we now have an industry presentation more with cloud adoption and the second to say is sales methods, automation and global. Let's welcome someone to say.
Just call me. Yeah. So my name is Rajesh. I work with Economics. I represent Inside Sales and I'm also the global business development leader. So today I'm going to talk about economic cyber protection and how we can partner with you in providing integrated cyber protection solution to our customers. So before I kind of talk about economics and what we do, I just want to take us all back, maybe years back, and the journey from 7 to 8 years in terms of technology, of how things around us have changed. I think we'll all realize that in many aspects, life has really simplified. Uh, for example, about 8 years back, all the payment transactions used to be with paper, right? Now, if we look back, hardly anything is happening. We have wallets, and everything is happening through itself. So gone are the days you have to wait to do wait for 3 days, cover account. So if you look back, the financial transaction, has completely transformed. Like, we are completely which has a model. Similarly, if you look from a very infrastructure point of view, about 8 years back, we have the server which was, there used to be one person manning it, the door used to be locked, and obviously it used to be complex because it involved a lot of wires. But as moving towards most companies are now managing this house with workloads moving to cloud. Great technology is simplifying our life in area also. And uh, look at IT infrastructure management. One more example, and I'm taking very simple from life. About 8 years, because of the number of devices we need to use and need, which we have calculation, camera, the mobile phone was there, but not in the form as we have today. Uh, on the hard drive, so multiple of devices used for different needs. But if you look at the device, the mobile basically takes care of everything. We don't have to look at multiple devices. Overall, what I want to say is that these are the ways where technology has really touched our lives, and all of us have been from this community of IT channel, uh, cybersecurity, uh, customers. I think you would have probably realized that cybersecurity and data protection have not really gone this for simplification area, cybersecurity and data protection. It seems they have completely gone the other way. Okay? Why I say that? Because some years back, when we talked about security, it used to be go to install a file, have a backup, you are done. Of perimeter, never threat that we today were not. So all things and for most of the companies, things were taken care. But if but if you look at today, this is not the case. I which is this reason why this is no longer the case. So the perimeter basically can be used to a lot of data used to be mainly compliant. Now data is the foundation on which our business every and to kind of understand where they need to take their next step, grow their business. Right from question to IT, basically use data to create strategy. The data has completely changed 5 or 6 years. I think movement to cloud also commonly used. Okay. More commonly used, these are the applications and a combination of them are being used now by companies around the world. And these are all with all of this, with data, with getting used with all of these applications, with data for skills, understand this, work on these applications, which is why the IT infrastructure has increased. If all of you are doing this trade for years and now, you would have also found when you go out and try to find talent, kind of not talent, you short for talent now compared to how it is. So, what I'm trying to say is that when the world around us simplified, IT hasn't simplified. IT was actually catalyst in simplifying the world. Okay. Because of simplifying load and things become complex. If you look at the backgrounds of this guy, it was the security application. Most of commonly some are for mobile security, EDR security, cloud security. So thousands of probably the most month used uh, with, with all of these organizations around the world. Also as a channel partner who communication with them. It's a huge challenge to have people to learn so many applications and follow kind of the security. Talk about the other elements like backup, VR, cybersecurity. Then we are literally talking about thousands of applications. And what that actually multiplies the complexity for us, who are in this industry, the overall. So, and the result of this entire complexity, I think we'll all agree, is the following: we have more cyber threats, because cyber threats are only increasing, and I think the gentleman, everyone before me, pointing in the same direction that cyber threats every month. We have more fighters are advertising, we have more providers, more providers of cybersecurity, and basically that is the overall complexity. We have more agents, like here I mean soluble. You have more agents, agents, agents of cybersecurity, and because of the entire city, we have more now than ever. Right? Really, you update all of these solutions, all of these SaaS applications regularly. They learn to use it. The technology world is something that we all kind of underrate. It's the fact that our people of these applications and properly work on them. And because of the multiplicity of applications, uh, we are trained in how much efficiency we have in anyone's life. Right? I recall that our cybersecurity report, a survey that's like uh, common reason for with people in terms of managing multiple applications and trying to do a good job is also probably, and all of this tends to lead to human errors. And is complex. So, and how do service providers, how do CISOs, how do they manage complexity? One is trying to adapt, talk to more and more applications, and try to consolidate around a set of applications, a purpose work with application, and for you, be careful analysis these are that give you need cyber protection. Which of the strategies will do? We are not debating that here. These are the things that service providers are employing. And I think all of these slides that I'm talking about probably revolution. Now, what we believe is that now cyber protection is a strategy to navigate you and try to reduce the overall impact of it. Uh, so, firstly, it's an integrated solution which integrates all the elements of cyber protection. Uh, elements cyber that I'm talking about are cyber security. We are managed. This is a solution that's been purpose built for service providers. Economic organization, we sell or go directly in the market. We only sell channel partners. We have also built from scratch for, for service providers. And the word that we are using here is integration. We are not really using that kind of a commercial offering. Where we just put all the solutions together in one. But the reason why I'm saying it's an integrated solution is because the backup piece speaks to the security piece, and so because of that, you get unmatched protection, integrate and task with. It supports almost all the workloads that are available by the box, and these are the different elements in one single agent automation security DR. So all we need is to install one single agent and all of these elements of IT cyber protection. Now we have we try to kind of integrate things and try to have different elements. As a service provider, when you partner with us, you have the option to go for each of the elements. What I mean as a base form is a basic level of uh, task within that element, and as a chronic tasks to be our partner, base security, the base automation, yeah, base all of that is provided to you at no extra charge. So basically you can uh, store millions of workloads on its own charge you, but you can charge your customer. So this basically helps you penetrate your client workload. They have for a backup and that you are able to manage your IT infrastructure. For example, in a base level of security, we basically tells you how fit a workload is against cyber threat. It will monitor the workload from different aspects of how fit it is. If we talk about ransomware protection, we believe that today we already have the best protection. We have local signature based detection. We say cloud attack because it is based on AI and behavior. It monitors the behavior of processes and it identifies a behavior of a ransom that that takes place. Okay, so all of this is provided with a base level of security and all the other elements that you are filtering, DLP, and response. single agent, but depending upon the needs of your customer, on what level of maturity they are, if you want, you can go with the base level or the advanced level. And that's how it is throughout the entire, elements of infrastructure protection. If you talk about DR, test failover, cloud-only VPN connection are provided as a base feature, and then if needed, you can go for advanced features of DR. With backup, you get file image application backup, backup to cloud and local in the base feature. And depending upon the complexity of the environment, if you need database backup, Oracle, SAP, HANA backup, then you can go for the advanced level. So what I'm trying to basically say is that you get all of these features in one single agent solution. And depending upon your particular requirement, you can go for base features or advanced features as per the need of the infrastructure that you are protecting. Okay? So we have out of the box integration with most of the PSA tools, and I think probably the most number of automations than any other than any other solution available in the market today. And as a base automation, basic service desk and CRM features, and then if you need more advanced automation features, then you can go for the advanced part. Now, so what is our USP? The USP that we have, okay, and which is what I want to kind of reiterate, is integration. So today, if you are trying to protect IT infrastructure, you will probably have one solution for backup, one solution for security, one solution for endpoint management, EDR, DLP, one solution for patch management, and basically all of these different solutions require you to maintain them separately, get your staff trained on multiple solutions, make sure that you are updating them regularly, but still they are not speaking to each other, and still they are all different solutions. And how integration helps you? Integration offers you unmatched capabilities. For example, I can just give you, one simple example is that if you are installing some patches, okay, the Acronis solution will automatically take a backup before the patches are installed. This is one example of how backup and security speak to each other. And this is extremely useful because if you want to roll back, because the patch renders the environment unstable, then you can quickly roll back at the click of a button. Okay? So this is just one example of integration. We can obviously have individual discussions, and then we can talk about all the other ways of how integration basically simplifies life, at least on the IT infrastructure side. Okay? Now, I've talked about this, so I just want to kind of give you one use case. So this is one use case from India, where before Acronis implementation, the environment had 7 different agents for IT infrastructure protection. And after installing Acronis, now we only have 2 agents. One is Acronis, one is firewall. And the impact of this was that the organization was able to onboard their new technicians 50% faster, new clients, because it was one single solution, they were able to install new clients 20% faster, and a 50% revenue growth, and a 20% increase in workflow. So this is one case study. Now, if you look at this entire, ecosystem, one would wonder that if you have so many aspects in one single solution, is it really complex, or how simple is it to manage this solution? So actually, it is as simple as toggling the button, and this is an extract from our real. This is an actual extract from our console, our cloud console. So depending upon the exact requirement that you have for certain endpoints, you can decide to activate or deactivate any of these features, including backup, malware protection, URL filtering. So as you can see, it is as simple as that. So it's a complete cloud-based console. You get access to the data center, and from there you can easily manage the entire implementation of the solution. So basically, what we are trying to show here is that an integrated solution which simplifies, the complex environment of IT infrastructure management. So we'll also do a product demo, individually with all of you as and when needed. So please feel free. We have our booth outside. We'll be happy to kind of do that. So, kind of reiterating the message that I gave, uh, the problems of today's businesses, whether it is an SME business, whether it's basically a service provider business, or for end companies, finding and training talent. So with the integration with one single solution, you kind of overcome that challenge. Multiple solutions, paying multiple vendors put you under margin pressure. Just having one integrated solution helps you get better margin. Obviously, because of integration, we have less points of failure. Security. And because of this, you are able to hit your SLAs that you have agreed with your client. Now, talking about the company, I'll end on the note of talking about Acronis. So we are a global company. We are present in 150 countries around the world. We localize a lot. Our solutions are present are in 33 plus languages. In India also we are localizing for most of the major languages, including Hindi, Tamil, Bengali, and all of that is happening as we speak. We have today 47 data centers around the world, and we have two data centers in India. One is in Mumbai, which is exclusively Acronis data center in Chennai, and we are a dual headquartered company. We were founded in 2003 in Singapore, and in 2007 we were reincorporated in Schaffhausen, Switzerland. So this is our footprint. Uh, So overall message that I want to again give you is that we can ally with you in managing your business complexity without compromising your reputation. And in all of these different elements, this is what we provide. Because of integration, we provide you superior protection. We have most out-of-the-box integrations available than any other player today. And because of our basically approach to make things simple, you can deploy it faster, and your people are able to manage it and ensure that you are able to uncomplicate the entire complex world of IT infrastructure management. So yeah, with that note, I kind of end my presentation. But as I said, we are outside the booth. Feel free to visit us and ask us any questions that you have. Thank you.
How what a transformative impact does IT have in our life, and also how Acronis is a frontline brand when it comes to securing our data and our lives. Moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, we now have a panel discussion coming up on the topic technology acceleration and partners opportunity. Let me first welcome on stage our moderator. This session is going to be moderated by CIO Clean Computers, Mr. Prasenjit Mukherjee. I'm going to request all the speakers to kindly make their way to the stage. Joining him for this panel discussion is Country Director, Public Sector, India, Palo Alto Networks, Mr. Vineet Shivsagar. We also have President, Enterprise Business Group, Reddington Limited, Mr. Venkatesh Rajeshwaran joining them for the panel discussion. MD, Arrow PC, Mr. Gurpreet Singh. CEO, Proactive Data, Mr. Rajiv Kumar. And Director, Central Data Systems Private Limited, Mr. Kota Subramania. Let's welcome our panel members on stage with a big round of applause. Can we do that?
Okay, good afternoon and a warm welcome to this focused, interesting, very interesting topic for 2022. Technology acceleration and opportunities. I know sometimes the panel discussions are boring, but here we want to make it more interesting. So friends, since last few years, we as leaders have all embarked ourselves for this transformation journey and have strategized in this project either for our internal customers or for our own consumption, internal to our organization. However, the pandemic taught us the speed at which we can transform projects is mighty fast. We chose to change the way people work and do business has created many organizations in the education for digital world at an speed. Embracing new technologies for digital transformation projects defines a company's also and future development. So when I say that I want to make this panel discussion more interesting, here on stage we are seeing the confluence of the Mahasangam of leaders of technology entities. And yes, why I'm saying it's a Mahasangam because today we have the OEM with us, we have the distribution partner with us, and we also have the front-end channel, all three on the same stage. So let me introduce the panelists here. We have Mr. Vinny Nagar, Director, Public Sector at we have Venkatesh, who is President Enterprise from here. We have Mr. Kota Subramanian, the Director for Central Data Systems Private Limited. Gurpreet Singh of RAPC Network. And we have Mr. Rajiv Kumar, CEO of Data Systems. So let's start with the question, which is highly pertinent now for all of us. Well, Mr. Shiv Sagar, I come to you first. The pandemic has triggered a super spread of automation, digital initiatives, and its adoption in all organizations. Okay? The existing tech projects like cloud migration, workload optimization, SaaS-based implementations, DevOps, other security, which are already there, but it has actually gained the momentum post-pandemic. However, the discussions have started on blockchain, 5G, digital container, so metaverse. Now, this is other. Are these all hype or a nearby reality for the industry and definitely for all our business? Being a global OEM, okay, we need your insights and thoughts.
Okay. So thank you very much. Before we get there, I want to expand on your this Sangam bit. I think the familiar faces in the panel. I've been an audience and I have done that journey from hardware to software, data management to now securing the data. Now, the point that I'm trying to make is maybe I did not see the hardware era so much, but definitely I saw that good solutions is required to be great, and I'm sure that 2020 was an interesting year. It was an interesting year from a perspective of there's 2020, and we all followed. It is currently a very bad word. You know, 2020 is an acceleration, right? 2020 is an acceleration. Because we went through a phase, right? As we came with a response, technology was the answer to it. And from a technology perspective, you saw people instead of we going to the market, we all go to our houses, right? And we come and offer a lot of things here. Right? Now, I would say 2020 and why I bring that perspective is that maybe 10 years of innovation. However, a sudden shift happened. Obviously, the new models emerged, right? Behaviors changed, and technology has to actually support that, right? And I'll maybe give you a perspective from a cybersecurity or our business, and I spoke about a lot of other technologies. I'm closer to cyber, so I just want to give you that point. How much of this actually? Now, cybersecurity 3 years ago, the total addressable market for us was somewhere around, I think around $30 billion. We were $30 billion all over the world. Currently, the addressable market is around 70 billion. We become a half billion. 3 years later, we are looking at a 110, 130 billion plus total addressable market. We are going to be a $10 billion. I'm just trying to give an example that so much amount of growth has happened, so much amount of technology.
Yeah, yeah, you are going more to digital platforms.
Yeah.
This is a very important role you have.
Thank you. Thanks.
Now, you. We want your thoughts on how some of these technologies that we discussed, industry, how it impacts our right.
Yeah, so thank you so much. Um, so surely we're seeing a lot of change, significant change over this last 3 years. Um, all where these technologies are there, similarly, all of them have suddenly emerged.
And as said before, assimilate customers and for the vendors like us is a challenge. Uh, for customers, I think it's practically always technology because mostly everybody is now committed to I mean, for sure, they are experts to see what how they can improve their business and stay competitive. And then there's also fear that if you don't stay on top of the technology, you may fall behind and you take so there is also a feeling that to stay ahead, you have to stay on top of everything. And that not only it's customers and also it's across the board. Um, yes, with technology are concerned, some of them are practical in nature, may take time. So like whatever, or even if they 5G in that market. Uh, these technologies are a little futuristic. Uh, there are use cases which are, I mean, the metaverse use cases are very specific in social, communities, maybe health. Um, so there definitely use cases there, but it may take time to become commercially viable, a little closer, but a lot of uh, and development, software has to develop, even the devices, that devices, they, uh, we're talking about very high speeds, so this can utilize the endpoints, it's, ways we could go utilize this technology. Having said that, definitely, fair company, in developing the software, there, make it in the future. The rest of the things are very, they're all when we talk about cloud, as these are very much customers are started to use them. They may be could be at a low stage or at a low one stage. But these are technologies that are very they have this, things are changing and becoming more complex. As you're going to cloud, everything is becoming API. The application of that observability part also become very important. How where are we and where is it that a lot of challenges that the customer face, and I think it's to us to find the right solution. That's the decision period where the maturity period definitely. So the same thing what we have seen in the cloud implementation of this has actually some maturity stage. Repeatedly. As a business leader, you must have strategized and planned for the future. Learning coupled with the challenges you see or envisage as okay. You see, if we try to pick some bits from today's event, only, Surinder Sharma started with that he has to memories of the other employees. Then we are talking about that after pandemic, it evolved, swarm, and accelerate. That is then we are talking about our customers, where we are saying that the digital transformation is happening and happening as huge. The biggest challenge which I can see for the partners like us, that we are getting much more huge ability to very, very fast according to our own, according to our customers. We need to adapt very, very fast. The big challenge. For that, we definitely customers are not really for knowledge. They are ultimately looking for. So these two are the two things that have to be looked at. You have to start looking at it from that particular point of view. Unless you look at it from customer point of view, you will be like, even if I am never possible, all is so fast. We have to huge responsibility coming to us, and we have to. Absolutely. In fact, what you're saying, that I'm looking for what kind of value generation we can. We have to be a step forward before we ask what we can bring to the table. It is not a normal process selling, not a normal transaction. Thanks. Suresh, to you. We have a nice. Suresh, how do you think accelerated business will navigate the complexities of this increasing digital world?
Yeah, I think technology is, opening up a lot of avenues for customers. For instance, it's helping when you take a decision, it's increasing our productivity. Management of it. So I think there is a lot of avenues that in terms of other concerns. So I think it's a point where you can. So we have to really focus on this, so we can actually do and meetings. I think it's a fantastic people said it's a great idea. So you just have to adapt those changes. Like you said, just to add to what people were saying, that one of the problems is the issue that you can go itself and see okay, what Palo Alto is doing. Now, are we able to give them a relation? Because even customer has you don't know what to expect out of the solution that you said. This is things that we haven't, but I think that at some point we have.
Great. Thank you. The distributor plays an important and key role to ensure good performance. And many times a distributor or a partner encounters a attack due to failure in understanding the market demand. As per you, what are the major challenges for the partners while addressing the market for such digital transformation projects? As a people who understand the pain of the partners, you might not see the good.
Absolutely. Well, I think thank you, SME Challenge, for organizing this event. Very important. Thank you. It's always a great pleasure to share the panel along with the elite experience, panelists. Thank you so much. As we keep talking about, I think collaboration with distribution and distribution with channel partners is possibly, the most required than it was ever before in the industry, right? And this is what I see today. If you look at a particular OEM can represent one particular technology, right? They excel in one particular technology, they go deep in it. Channel partner once again invests in that capability in their technology and continues to drive their businesses. But if you look at distribution today, has the unique capability in terms of providing the entire technology stack to an enterprise that they require, right? From an infrastructure to a network to a software to a security to a cloud and the whole gamut of services that come along with us, right? So that's where understanding the customer and the trends that are possibly evolving on what are customer challenges today, how do we reposition ourselves into the evolving transactional to a contractual world. I think this shift is what mostly the channel partners and distribution are trying to evolve into, like businesses like cyber security, technologies like cybersecurity, cloud are possibly driving this change into all of our ecosystem, right? That's the way I see it. So one of the few things that I see as trends into customer segments today
my industry colleague, the keynote speaker, was talking about, security is one of the very fragmented portfolio. So enterprises are looking at how do I consolidate my security portfolio. So vendors like Palo Alto, who have a gamut of services to largely represent that more than 50% of my security portfolio to be consolidated in Palo Alto, that's becoming the top priority because managing all those multiple portfolios is becoming a big challenge. That's one thing. Second thing is, over the last 2 decades, everything was concentrated. We had customers had their own data center, customers had all their support services coming to managing their device. But today, from a consolidation, it's becoming a distributed environment. No more people are having private data centers, private cloud, public cloud, hosted environment, managed hosted environments. So it's totally distributed. Again, it's a complex environment. Managing that becomes the most important aspect, right? And another important aspect is customers' mindset today to outsource services is becoming more critical because IT is becoming more strategic as a business leader and a business outcome initiator rather than just fulfilling the needs of the organization. Earlier, as long as I set up an ERP, as long as I set up a CRM to make my business run, that was possibly in IT. But today, IT is more looked at how can it become more strategic to drive my business outcomes. That's where digital transformation comes into play on creating more business outcomes rather than just fulfilling the needs of it. So as we understand some of these customer challenges, so how do we position ourselves as a solution provider instead of just fulfilling technology, hardware, and software? That becomes a very critical aspect for channel partners and distribution. So, like Redington is taking a big step in terms of investing very heavily in terms of our technical capability on consulting, advisory services, managed services. So there are many technologies where we provide, advisory and consulting services, managed services, implementation, and professional services. This is where channel partners can start to collaborate more with distribution and really represent the technology solution in terms of solving for customer problems. Is the way the readiness that I see. So the transactional engagement, what we all used to do to moving into that contractual engagement, providing those consulting, advisory, implementation, and support services could be a great way to win in this market as we move forward.
Yeah.
Thanks. In fact, absolutely right. In fact, the complex environment which we all created, customer needs a more simple kind of managing and monitoring. Okay. Gurpreet, taking a cue from what Venkat said, in general, we have seen partners and players focus and bring a value proposition on products and solutions. Okay. However, I see a huge scope, what actually Venkat said, for all towards enhancing their consulting and services capabilities while moving up the value chain. I want a more in-depth, granular insights on this.
And you see, as I said, and Venky also mentioned that yes, customers are looking for the advisors, they are looking for the consultants, they are actually looking for the partners who can bring a complete end-to-end value chain for them. They are looking for somebody who can usually start from consulting and take care of the deployment and then manage the services also. It's complete end-to-end. Earlier, as a partner, we were usually acting as suppliers, as you mentioned. Then after that, we were talking about that, okay, so we'll provide you the infra, we'll give you up till the operating system, after that application you will manage. Then we said, okay, we'll start managing the application also. Now we are talking about data, we are talking about data backup, data protection, data resiliency. And you see, our major coverage area for the partners is the SME and middle enterprise. That's where we can actually act as the advisors, as the consultants. And that is where you see the major chunk is available for us also when we are talking about marketplace. And they are looking for the advice. They are actually looking for that how they can also adapt to changes. For example, if I have to put a particular example, I had a customer who was lacking when all these Swiggies and Zomatos of the world were coming. But how you see all those APIs and the SaaS-based models or the different kind of IT services which were coming up, how we can compete with them, or he has to embrace them. For the SMEs, it is actually about embracing them. We have to look at their multi-cloud strategy. We have to look at how we can provide them cyber security, how we can ensure that these kind of ransomware attacks and all these things are not coming. We have to actually sit with the customer, understand their business point of view, their budgets, what is the outcome they are looking at, and we have to look at the value creation which we can. And definitely we have all these OEMs, all these distributors there to help us. If we look at the list of the UC sponsors today, I don't see any major infra OEM today in that particular list. Okay, so I'm picking most of the points from today's event only. So there's no major infra person. Everybody here is actually either from cybersecurity or from backup or from managed services. We have these kind of cloud services. We have these kind of people. So they are now looking for partners who can actually engage with them, go to the marketplace, provide them the spread which we have been providing always, how we can usually deploy their solution at the customer end, starting from POC up to the complete solution. So that's what is happening. And you see today again, MC, he said that healthcare and IT. Okay, now if we are getting considered as large or as important as healthcare, it has to be zero downtime, zero mistake. We cannot actually commit mistakes. Healthcare cannot. So IT is as important as healthcare. We have to understand that. For our customers, she said here, if I am an oxygen provider, oxygen to the roof, so it has to be there. If we are providing there, if we are providing oxygen, we are actually helping our customers. If we are helping businesses to survive, then we can understand the kind of importance we are getting. And we have to actually, accordingly, we have to reciprocate to our customers and to our million watchers and make sure that yes, we are making it. So as he said, huge opportunity also. While the challenge is there, there's huge opportunity.
Great examples that you picked up everything from here and fantastic. Rajesh, I come to you. How would you strategize in this digital age to solve customer pain? Okay, with your experience, in a more effective and personalized way, given that technology can both disrupt and revolutionize an organization.
Okay, I think one of the first things we did was that we started from our own home. So we have to, before we really take it to the customers, we need to embrace it ourselves. We need to understand what it means. So we put a lot of effort in the last couple of years in enhancing our internal skills, our systems. Even at the leadership level, I mean, the transformation has to come. So all the entire leadership team has gone through various sessions. We've had we all sat together and tried to figure out how we need to take these things forward. So first thing we did was that we worked on our internals. We put a platform in place. We also got experience in using the various cloud platforms, the SaaS platform, all the APIs, so that we could, along with customer systems, we could integrate ours. So I think that's the journey that we are on. I think we are at a point when we can say that we can confidently now go to the customers, understand what they want, and perhaps give them a holistic kind of solution. Also, the next step for us could be going for managed services where, along with our systems, we integrate customer systems and be able to offer them a higher level of service. This is the strategy that we are adopting.
Okay, great. I think very insightful. Mr. Shivsagar, cybersecurity goes hand in glove with all digital projects. We all agree. Okay? And the need of the hour is all boardroom discussions have this cybersecurity in that discussion. How can business plan to protect themselves from today's ransomware threats in order to better defend against these targeted and sophisticated ransomware attacks? So, pure security question.
Absolutely, and they should come to the right cybersecurity partner. So many people here, I guess. But I think somewhere one needs to understand, and I was talking about it earlier, that a lot of changes happen, and that is here to stay. And maybe let me pick on three trends which we look at. I think Kriti was somewhere covered this, but I want to conceptually kind of bring that to the front. One is fundamentally hybrid work is here to stay. Okay, if hybrid work is here to stay, networks have to change. Okay, because there is data center applications, SaaS applications, internet, whole of things which are getting access. They are getting access to a home and whole of other places. Now, if you have backhaul architectures which respond to this, it's just not possible. Right? So people have to see that networks have changed to cyber. It is important to invest in a cyber security. Second, clearly is the cloud is becoming mainstream. Right? As cloud is becoming mainstream, application development is going the cloud way, be it a lift and shift on a traditional application or a cloud native application or in a private cloud, etc. The attack surface is increased. Right? Now, how do you protect that? You have to protect these applications right from a development perspective itself. Right? Third, of course, is the whole attack landscape is increasing. The number of and when attack landscape increases, people have started investing in stocks. When they invest in stocks, they invest in analysts, right? And once they invest in analysts, that's not a scalable model, right? You need automation. Now, people invest, let's say, in a SIM and a lot of other solutions, but that also is changing. So what fundamentally I'm trying to say is they need to understand that the whole environment has changed. If the whole environment has changed, the whole attack surface or the vulnerability of an enterprise or an organization has changed. Hence, it's important to invest in a cybersecurity solution, and possibly that will help reduce the ransomware attacks.
Okay, thanks. I come to you, Subbu. Post-pandemic, for all cloud service providers or colo data center service provider, there are good business opportunities which are there. Cloud native approach has been rapidly gaining popularity with business large and small. However, to help meet these sudden demands, proper security precautions must be built into these emerging cloud native systems. So we want to understand your organization's preparedness on cloud security in the age of distributed DevOps.
I think, like he said, more and more workloads are moving towards cloud. That's also bringing a lot of challenges, security challenges. I think some of the biggest challenges would be data breach, and then migration issues, misconfigurations, and authentication issues. I mean, API security issues, it's many. So there are two ways to look at it to solve these problems. One is, of course, CSPs have some of the solutions when you go to them. So as a partner, when we take our customer to CSPs, maybe choose a CSP who will address some of the issues like authentication issue or data issue or encryption. So I think one of the fundamental solutions would be an encryption, to mitigate the security issue on the cloud. Some of them are addressed by CSPs, but also there are a whole amount of solution also given by OEMs like that. So what we have done is we have set up a center of excellence in our office for solutions like SASE, CASB, CSP, and so on. So as you said, practice what you teach. So you do hands-on with your right, so that they don't do R&D there, and also take a customer confidence in terms of showing what you can do. And build a service practice around that. I think that's how we are able to address the security issues which is relevant on the cloud.
So before you focus it to the customers, first you implement it in-house and then use it.
Provide a few business use cases for them and show them how we can solve this issue.
Okay.
I mean, that brings a confidence, in the customer.
Confidence to the customer. Very good. In fact, in the initial level of cloud migration, one question which everybody had in mind about data security.
Exactly.
That is the reason I think the progress of cloud was limited in the initial phase of the migration.
Absolutely.
Great, thanks. Thank you. To you. In this technology accelerator ecosystem, do the partners enter adequate new technologies in their portfolio? You are saying that a couple of them, but what is your thought with this entire acceleration? Are the partners keeping maximum number of solutions in their portfolio?
It's a very important question.
as we look at a channel partner's evolution, they always start with one particular product or a technology category, go deeper in it and start winning customers. It always takes certain gestation period, as we talked about on any new niche. The longer the gestation period in an evolving trend, the difficulty the channel partner faces to stay invested, stay retain skill sets is even more challenging and more difficult, right? So this is where I think the collaboration with distribution, who's evolving into a technology solution provider, becomes how can I look at leveraging Redington's capability, distribution capability in taking and solving my customers' challenges. And as time goes by, as Subbu, my colleague, was saying, he's talking about they have to invest on center of excellence. They have to become the use case for themselves, and then as they go on to reach to the customer from a solution aspect, all these aspects takes a little bit of time. So collaboration with distribution, representing various technologies, and also retaining the customer, it becomes very, very critical. And in my opinion, today we are talking about, would we have ever thought Apple and Microsoft will collaborate? Microsoft and Oracle would collaborate. So the cloud world and the services world are truly even getting the fundamental core competitors to collaborate, and co-opetition is what is possibly industry is talking about from a technology angle. So that's where I think we need to win the customer, we need to solve customer challenges. So how do we collaborate and solve for these challenges is the way I see that this decade evolving.
And very in fact, when we move ahead for all these digital technologies, as the partner said, the Gurpreet said that we need to enhance our skill set and capabilities also. The same thing I think the distribution side also you must have, because you deal in multiple technologies. Okay, so your skill set, availability, not only for your internal, but also for the partners, that also plays a very important role as a distributor. Okay, thank you. Let me open the house for some questions if anybody wants to ask any questions, because इस महासंगम में आप कुछ भी क्वेश्चन पूछ सकते हैं, आपको पवित्र जवाब ही मिलेगा. Any questions for everybody? Can you have the mic here? Yeah, can you identify yourself? Identify to whom you are throwing this question to. And
Sure.
Yeah, please.
So this is Manas from SME Channels.
Okay.
And my question is to Venkatesh. Okay. Since he has been sort of touching upon the agnostic nature of the cloud right now, because when it comes to cloud adoption, it seems that tailor-made to the requirements of the customers, different partners are providing solutions. It doesn't matter whether it comes from Google or it is coming from some other brand. So in this overall environment of cloud agnostic platforms, how do you address the cloud promiscuity nature of the partners?
How do you address the
cloud promiscuity nature of the platform, of the partners? Because they are sort of hopping from the Oracle platform to the Microsoft, from the Microsoft platform to the Oracle. So what do you feel about this cloud promiscuity nature? They're not loyal to a single brand. They're hopping and searching for solutions to which could be tailor-made to the requirements of different partners or different customers.
Yeah, absolutely. I think very relevant, right? As we were chatting during lunch, we were discussing a few years ago, CIOs used to take pride in saying, I save so much of my CapEx budget, IT budget. This used to be pride. Today, with the UPI world, we are talking about next 3 years budget getting consumed in 6 months. One of the banks who set out some multi-100 crore budget, they got to consume in cloud in a matter of 4 months is what we get to hear. That's the kind of scale in which adoption is happening, especially the digital is driving some of the pandemic-led digital adoption. All of these is driving so much, right? So what I wanted to say is, so few years ago, customers were thinking is cloud real. But today, if somebody is not investing in cloud,
we start looking at them as if, they are not possibly leveraging technology. It's becoming more of a compulsion, peer complexion, or self-induced complexity, whatever you may want to call it, right? It's becoming more of a need rather than, are you still thinking about venturing into and stuff like that. So from that environment, how we solve for the problem is, we always felt it is very important to become multi-cloud capable. And hybrid. Things are not going to remain 100% public cloud. Things are not going to remain 100% on-prem. Things are not going to remain 100% into one particular cloud, because each hyperscaler is coming up with some specialization in which they want to thrive their businesses. So it is important that some of the workloads are shifting into one hyperscaler, another types of workloads are shifting into another type of hyperscaler. So these are all the complexities which are the requirements which are evolving. So fundamentally, becoming multi-cloud capable became the need of the business model. That's when we started investing on our own digital platform, consulting services across multi-cloud. In fact, we are quite proud to say that we have capabilities across all the three major hyperscalers, or rather, we are the only distribution partner today to have relationship with all the three major hyperscalers in the country. And we started early in the game. That gave us a big, headroom or possibly a lead in the market today. So that way, my sincere request to channel partners would be, as we talk about understanding the customer pain, collaboration, leverage distribution capability, let's go win together in the customer. That's the way I would say.
My next question would be to Bennett. In his opening note, he just told that the year 2020, as we know, has been a watershed moment, which marked a bit of acceleration in terms of security, products, and cloud migration. So when the attack surface has increased so much because of the work from home culture, in such an environment, the upskilling, the partner upskilling basically has changed. The nature of it has basically changed. So how do you upskill? How do you upskill your partners in this environment so as to address the changing goalposts of security?
I wish my colleague was here. He was head of channel. But who does a lot of focus on this, and he would have kind of really dived into this. But we have structured engagement with our partners, right? And we do a periodic kind of you could say a skill upgradation. It could be at a deeper level, it could be at a lower level, lower as in low touch level, right? So those sort of programs are in place. We also have dedicated training partners who actually go and skill a lot of people. And of course, we work with partners like Accelerator who kind of go and go and engage in our partner ecosystem.
There are structured programs available for them. Basis the partners, aspirations on how deeper they want to engage. They can choose a particular program, start engaging initially, and then start upskilling themselves. So there are structured programs available in their Palo Alto partnership model, which will help one to create a roadmap to go deeper.
In fact, I will take a cue from there. See, what all we were discussing till now are on technology side. But if you look into a CIO perspective, what we need in the market side, outside in view, what I see are 5 different areas on which the CIOs have a demand as per the business need. First is, and all the technology will be around this only. First will be your vision beyond, which is data insights. Okay. Multiple data, multiple systems working, many applications. So what kind of data insights can we generate for them? Okay, which will be opening for our next business proposal. Number 1. Number 2 is automation and integration. Okay, complex system, how can we make simple? Okay, things which doesn't, the processes which doesn't require a brain, human brain, can we automate it? Okay, how can we integrate complex systems to a simplified dial? Third is definitely cybersecurity. What kind of threat hunting we do? Fourth is customer experience. To retain that wallet share or to work for the business, what kind of customer experience you can generate? Again, technology will help. And the last is your retaining skill set is important. So if they don't have, as partner, can we provide a skill set to them for their projects? So these are the 5 areas what I see as a CIO perspective, and all these technologies will be moving around whatever we discuss. And this is so today every IT and business leader is strategizing to help their organization to leverage their digital foothold and be prepared for a more resilient digital future. This calls for a more accelerated growth for the technology market. Well, for a partner, enhancing the technology footprint, retain and grow trained and skilled workforce, increasing consulting portfolio and hosted services will be the springboard and opportunity for growth. The OEM and the distributor will be the key drivers and support system for this entire fabric of growth. So thanking all the panelists and also thanking you all for investing your valuable time with us. I am positive that the session has generated some value towards your business strategy, plan, and the growth process. Thank you. Take care. Stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I think we've had some distinguished panelists who shared their insights and perspectives with all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, on that note, it's time to move forward with the next presentation, which is all about autonomy. Future is autonomous, cybersecurity with AI-powered autonomous, being presented by Managing Director, Sentinel-1, Mr. Diwakar Dayal. I request Mr. Dayal to kindly join us on stage. A kind request to all the panel members and the speakers who will be presenting. Since we're running a little late, just keep the timing in check.
They've been having some challenge with the mic, so. Back now? I can hear myself. So, can you hear me already in the back? Satish? All right. Hey. Good evening, everybody. I know it's a long afternoon without any break. I don't know how that's working out for you guys. It didn't work out for me. So what I'll do is I'll keep very short and crisp in terms of introducing myself, what we're trying to do, and how we can help you, right, really earn a lot more bottom line than what people keep treating as vendors. So my name is Diva. I've been in security, unfortunately, for almost 24, 25 years. Stories about how these companies build the great platform and stuff like that. I've seen enough of that come and go. And I'm going to give you some secrets, right? At the same time, try and keep it simpler to help you understand what we really do and then how can you work with us. Yeah? So, all of us here are serving the same organization, like just the customer for us. So what do you think is really its biggest problem? Any guesses? Like we heard a lot of talk in the previous session out here. We, I think, heard something in the previous keynote as well. But really, what is the number one problem for most C-level people in India, do you think? Is it too loud?
Voice a little feeble.
It's a little feeble? Okay. Can you hear me in the back, all right? Yeah? Well, the biggest problem that most CISOs, CIOs, and anybody at C-level struggle with today is actually this. Right? Why do you think it's this? Yeah, why do you think they don't get peace of mind? Because when they go home on a Friday evening, on a weekend, they don't know that when they come back to office on a Monday, they're not already breached. Right? There's a lot of jargons in this industry, right? Like I told you, I've been here for a while. It used to be called different names. It used to be called virus and blah, blah, blah. We had amazing technologies provided by amazing companies 20 years back. That changed 10 years back when the big financial meltdown happened. A lot of hackers got free. They went after the companies with a lot of different techniques. So what worked in 2000 to stop the attacks didn't work in 2010. And hence companies changed their style and took everything back into the cloud and things like that. Unfortunately, the last 3, 4, 5 years, that technology and that tactic is not working either.
And hence, they don't have peace of mind because I think a presenter presented before me, it said that the top 10 banks are their customers, the top 5 or top 10 ITS companies are their customers. Guess what? The top 10 banks got breached, right? Right, so the biggest bank in India, public sector and the private sector bank, they all got breached. And so the top 10 or top 5 ITS companies. So why do you think they got breached? They had the best technologies, the best 7-layer, OS, and whatever else they put together. They have all the money in the world to buy whatever they want. What do you think would have happened? What happened is this game, right? I have worked in large companies for almost 2 decades. I started my career working for channel partners for the first 10 years of my life, helping build the channel partners cybersecurity business. Back in 1998, 99, 2000, when there's nothing called cybersecurity. We used to call and confuse people like me in the security business as group force security. So gate के बाहर खड़े होते हैं कि भाई ये security बंदे तो बाहर भेज दो. And I can tell you that this story about this great platform integration, acquiring 25 companies and building this great one vendor can solve all the problems hasn't worked since 1995. And most of the companies who tried that are mostly bankrupt, right? Or got bought over. I won't name the companies, you already know who they are. The big $5 billion companies went bankrupt because they were trying to put together technologies by acquiring the smartest and the greatest cybersecurity companies, collecting them, and saying, now we have the best platform for our customer. The biggest IT networking vendor in the world, which I used to represent once upon a time as a security head, had the same stack. And then they got breached. They get breached again and again and again because they haven't evolved with the concept that cybersecurity is a game. It's a gamification between a hacker and the hack. The hack usually he gets COVID, doesn't come to office, he's got kids. To stay up at 3 a.m. in the morning to outthink the other side. So most of the smart companies, the Israeli companies, come up with all these amazing digital technologies. They get acquired by this big. Unfortunately, because I think many of you are founders here, and you know, people challenge for everything, right? Not just for big companies, even the smallest companies. And that is where you have seen this time and again that anybody who I'm sitting without any features, so now I'll be the best firewall company. I'm sitting firewall, I'll be the best endpoint security company. I'm sitting endpoint security, now I'll be the best company in the past, right? And it will not as well in the future. What we are bringing to the market and really what we really our founder was a hacker in the defense where technology was created, it basically ran 100% of the time. We were the first company in the world who said, you buy a software, and you guarantee me that if I get hacked, I will. So we came up with this in 2016, and we said it's a challenge. Somebody can hack a customer in Central One, give you $1 million. We haven't paid any. That's why the top saying this is the best cybersecurity vendor. That's why MITRE, the biggest technology, lost a lot of this last week. We don't give awards because of how big the company is, how much money they have in the bank. Can you stop an attack? We stopped years in a row by technology, and really what we did is create a simple platform that transformed not just endpoints, but all the way to servers, clouds, mobile phones, iPads, and then realized that we could protect something even beyond the mountain, which is the stream which is the whole cloudification.
said secure the cloud using the same technology. And then we realized last year that most attacks, the biggest companies in the world have $1 billion customer budget for cybersecurity. Goes daily there. So we made sure that we have a product that covers identity, cloud, and the endpoint, the same technology that we made with. One single software, one issues that we kind of build on is one single and one single code that really runs efficiently, right? To make customers and organizations stay protected from breaches. Here the business of breach, and I can tell you this much that we could not observe. So we took the path, almost 5 track across the world, don't reach our customers only to our partners. 100% partner we have a model that's simple, which is rewarding the partner for doing the best what they can. Somebody who's built practice in cybersecurity, back in Wipro, I can tell you that today the money that most of our partners activity on a weekend, 50 lakhs for growth using basically stopping attacks, but most important of all, customers. Every customer is attacked almost once a year. The last, at least last 1 quarter, as the Ukraine Russia the hackers that were hired by Russians to hack into thing is to go back to the data, which is to hack infrastructure across the world that is easy to be hacked. And guess what? The most outdated infrastructure hacked. Okay. That's your business out there, right? And we have most of our partners are now going from top. That's why we provide that as a very simple approach to our dog. Top incident response partners of the world, 200 of them. People like the ambulance, accident on the road, it's not called the firewall vendor. Say, "Bhai, hack हो गया, firewall भाई." कहीं भी तो कुछ नहीं कर पाएंगे। तो घर पे ना अपना कचरा को स्टॉक और फिर business 2 days, 3 days, 5 days done by each department. All of them use one platform in common. What we do and what I'm promising you here is very simple, right? We want our partners to make money. I come from a channel that we sell, and my channel members, we believe that platform today powers you to want address your customers' requirement, just address the quality we speak, just making sure that we can be assured that it's all can be protected. And second, of course, make sure that this technology can be handled by MSS, and not good technology right now because they're all charging for you. Eventually, taking care of your customer, you pay a lot more money than just selling a license. That's the difference. We provide you with that platform. We give you that primary funding. And of course, as a company, as a philosophy of the company, we have 100 have a distributor in India, which in fact use it. We have partners are very, very secure with partners because we believe that in the right partnerships, we will be able to take this technology and scale it to much bigger and faster heights than any other vendor right now in the market.
We are young as a company. We have over 9,000 plus customers. That Gartner and Microsoft run what we can do. We reach $1 billion quickly. When we had the IPO, we had the biggest IPO in the history of cybersecurity last year. But most important, and the part that is very interesting for me, is the fact that because India is really one of our investment centers. So we have taken operations of we back in 2021, February 1st. Less than 2 years. In the first year, we did 100 logos, right? For a company in India. With almost 140 employees, right? Like a rocket ship on fire. We added 100 customers for 6 months. Now we get into the, quarter. And then why? Because every company that we spoke about, top 10 guys, they all have got reached. They all have at some point acquired Sentinel One. Through our partners, we have provided them with reach response service, which is what we call the IR service. And through that engagement, we have been able to show the customer that there is only one thing that can protect the customer at the end of the day. Not the firewall, not the router, not the switch, not the load balancer, nothing that people talk about. The only thing that protects them actually at the end of the day is the damn endpoint. And we take responsibility for that. And of course, we say we, partners and ourselves. And one of the biggest things we realized as I came to SME business in India, given my background running Tenable, Wallace, Cisco, Juniper, support is the biggest differentiator for any OEM in India. So we set up our support dedicated number back the first month of operation, so that a partner or customer can pick up the phone and say, hello, I want to talk to somebody right now about the problem. Two, we have a dedicated tax center now in Bangalore with over 20 engineers who L1 and L2 supported by Israel, US, Prague, and whatnot. More importantly is we acquired the Bangalore company for Akibu by primarily expanding our footprint in the country, making sure that we are flexible and do business in India. We are in the government space and defense because we can do on-prem. We are in the banking space because we can do on-prem, hybrid with cloud. And of course, in the entire one of the cloud, we want to get there in the cloud as well. Right? So based on the customer's need, we can customize the solution and take it to them. We committed to invest 50 million into this business in India. We are on the way to do that. We have set up basically a data center back. I think we decided like 3 months back, and provisioning as we speak right now. So making sure that we have everything as a rocket ship to all go to the country. And I believe that for us to reach that size of 1,500 million, we need the right set of partners with the right appetite to really take this journey with us the next couple of years. Clearly, what we promise, and it's one of our quote from our MSSP partners, and a customer buys Sentinel One, he can go home every day saying that I will not get reached, and if I did, I know that I can recover from reach in a matter of seconds, which today most companies cannot. And that's the opportunity for everybody out here. Cybersecurity has always been a profitable business. Having worked at Cisco, Wipro, and NTT, I can tell you the highest gross margins, the highest services attached, the highest leverage to get your account, it's always cyber. So make sure that you choose the right partners, make sure you have the right leaders, and ensure that they are then empowered to really lead your companies and have those dialogues with every of the customers, no matter what business you do. आप डब्बा बेच रहे हो, सॉफ्टवेयर बेच रहे हो, कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ता. As long as you can attach cybersecurity to it, I think we are safer. Thank you so much for your patient hearing, and hopefully I'll see you around if you need to have some more chats. Thank you.
Mr. Dayal, requesting you to join us back on stage. Very insightful presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, before we let sir go, I request Sanjeev sir to kindly join us on stage. Requesting sir to kindly present a token of our appreciation, memento and award to Mr. Dayal. Requesting Mr. Satish to join us on stage. This presentation drives home the emphasis on customer value chain and the fact that Sentinel-1 runs on a partner-dependent model.
I just want to introduce Satish. Satish is the head of channel, and we work together for almost 20 years now. Back at Wipro, Cisco, and now here. And hopefully, we do a great job of channels and making sure you guys get right there.
Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us on stage. Thank you, sir, for presenting the award. Moving forward, we've got an industry presentation on cloud security business. Presenting the same is CEO, PropFace Technology. Let's welcome on stage Mr. Vaisa T. Rajivan. Can we have Mr. Rajivan joining us on stage, please?
Good evening to all. Thanks to channels for this opportunity first for the forum and for the partners of you. So I represent PropFace. I'm founder of PropFace. This is an application firewall. So typically, my previous this speaker, how many of you are in cybersecurity? Right? And my next question is, how many cybersecurity product companies are in India? At least 12, right? So we represent one of those. And the vision of PropFace is to create a cybersecurity company in India to go to the global scale, right? So that is one of the point. And of course, you might have heard about a lot of tools out there, a lot of big Fortune companies out there, speaking about different types of tools for the different parts of cybersecurity product. So many of them are overlapping each other. Some of them are good, all those things are there. So here on this event, on this occasion, I would like to bring you one of the very interesting story where how PropFace is important in the context of the current internet. So if you look at the internet, just forget about all the different types of cybersecurity tools and products out there securing different parts, right? So I would like to bring your attention to 90% of the internet. If you look at 90% of the internet, it's complete API calls, right? It's web application. The internal B2B API calls and everything is there, right? So that is where the core of the internet is all about, right? And the critical factor is that the backend of these applications got the customer data, the credit card numbers, your personal details, whatever. So this is where there are different kinds of solutions all of the time to do, like network firewalls and all those things are there. Now the hackers just need a browser to hack and get your important details of the customer, right? So this is where the security is pretty much clear. So of course, there are different solutions. Of course, they are complementary to each other. They're towards a different part at different stages. Like you have the cloud security, the cloud protection, endpoint security, malware protection, antivirus, DLP, CSPM, SOAR, right? So different types of cybersecurity products at different stages, right? But of course, recently we heard about the ransomware attack on hospital, right, and the hospital itself, right? So have you ever thought of what is the entry point of these attacks? So the research shows that 90% of the attack is from the web endpoints, web API endpoints, which are exposed. Right? So that is where the attacker can come. And we think about the hack after securing after the hack has happened. But from where this is coming internally? So this APIs, the security of the APIs of web applications, all exposed to internet requires a lot of attention. So that is where now the properties come into the picture. So this is the simplest architecture, right? So I mean, this is not a new technology; it's been there for a while. So my point is that what we value as also differentiation of the product, right? In terms of technology, right? So you can see all these WAF 1.0, the early 90s, then the WAF 2.0 came with the cloud revolution, right? So we represent WAF 3.0. So it's kind of a distributed, microservices-based technology, which is designed as a very ease of deployment kind of an architecture, right? So that is what we bring in the picture. So you can see these are the problems of the existing solutions, like most kind of tools-based, kind of force specific. So we understood these pain points of the customer and we brought this into the picture. So yeah, so all these are kind of it's a hybrid kind of a thing. If it's on-premise or a cloud, it doesn't matter. It can work proactively and can do that. So of course, everybody can tell a lot about their products and all, but this is an international recognition what Profit got, in the customer call as an innovation based on the last segment. It's the first time an Indian product company getting this kind of listing and customer call kind of analyst, right? So this is the biggest achievement we achieved comparing with the billion-dollar companies out there. So of course, while I was speaking to one of the partners here, I said to them, of course, I'm big respect to all Cisco's of the world and Huawei, right? Bringing cybersecurity and all those things into the world. Of course, we help those companies to be billion-dollar companies, right? Right now, it's a time for you to help an Indian company to go on that level, Of course, your support is needed. So that is where the importance of this tweet and all, at the end of the day. So of course, it's just to add on to that, it's, we are not doing email security, we are not doing endpoint security, but our focus is more on the application security side. It's a proactive platform, it's not a reactive platform, it's a proactive platform, it's real-time docs, attacks on the side, and it can be deployed in just 10 minutes. That is the key feature of it. If it's an on-premise deployment or a cloud deployment, you can go online in 10 minutes. That's it. So if it takes more than 10 minutes, you can take the money back, right? So that kind of confidence we have with we prove it. So of course, we can integrate with the entire platform and all those things out there. Of course, to select customers, if you look at that, the entire GMR is running on purpose. You can think of how much hard work, having a product from the startup, from in 2 years' time, you can reach into that enterprise, the PCI group, entire PCI group is running on purpose. So you can imagine how much effort and hard work has been put on the technology side and all those things. We got good brand and labels. Now the next level is with the help of you guys. We need to take it to the next level and to the international level as well, right? So that's where this is made up, right? So of course, my VP of sales, Vivek is here. So Vivek is just quickly will tell you about how valuation we can give to the partners. Right.
Yeah, thank you all, and thank you, Vaishak. So Vaishak already gave you the full idea about.
Sorry. So Vaishak already gave you complete idea about Profit. So the best part is that we are Indian OEM. We are the best WAF right now. We are giving a hard competition to Radware, F5, Cloudflare, Akamai. You go into the cloud, AWS WAF, Azure WAF, any WAF. So the best part is that we are with you. If you engage with us, we will work as a partner and we will work as a team. It is not like that you need to go to US or you need to go to Israel. You need to just talk to our guys and we can take it just like I'm standing here. Even my support works like that only, that we come and do all kind of a deployment in minutes and in hours. We don't even talk about the dates, right? And we finish the work like even I did a lot of WAF implementation in earlier places. It took me 6 months. Then management, then doing all those activities. It takes a lot of effort. You are buying a product for 100 rupees and putting 500 rupees resources into that. That is not at all good. But in our case, we are making sure that everything is managed. Partner gets complete confidence over the customer that whatever he is selling, he is getting best out of it. So we are a channel-driven organization. Our GTM, we are having a complete distributor system, channel partner. So we are talking to all our India partners. So we welcome that you talk to us and we would like to work with you. So we have different models. I think slide is not here. Okay. So we have a bronze, silver, and gold partnership, and it is like every year you are doing business with us, you are growing with us. So the best part is that we are more prone to the our partners. If you work with us, you will be making a lot of money, and customer we will take care from end to end, and also skilling completely to your own team and your own skill and pre-sales guys or technical team itself. So even we are keeping it for even your company and also your sales guys if they are working with us. So we are having all kind of models into that, whether it is a lead generation or it is like your POC or it is a billing the case. Everywhere we are with you and going to support you so that they also get motivated and give you a great business, right? So it is all about the process. So we are here and you can network with us and we can take it forward. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I thank both the speakers from TalkSpace for sharing their presentation with us. I think it goes on to show how well a homegrown brand can do and how much this organization has grown within a short span of time. Moving forward, our next industry presentation is by Mr. Abhishek Kumar, Senior Solution Consultant at OpenText. Let's welcome Mr. Kumar on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, can we hear it for them? Come on, let's do that.
Hi everyone, very good evening. My name is Abhishek Kumar. I'm a senior solution consultant for OpenText for India and South region. Today I'm here to talk about cyber resilience with OpenText with the mix of carbonite and your good products. Thank you. So I'll start with a brief video. Okay, so I'll start now. So I'll introduce what is cyber resilience and why we are talking about cyber resilience. We have seen all the dignitaries before us talking about what the security norms have changed, how many attacks we have seen, all the malware and ransomware threats which are on the rise. So with that, the industry experts built on a terminology which is called cyber resilience. The idea behind it was for a customer to have a framework where they could have a sustainable solution in place or a product portfolio in place or a framework in place where they could withstand a cyber attack. They could prevent it. If they are unable to prevent it, they would have something to get them recovered or build them back their databases, their applications as soon as possible and continue with the business. Because of not having a proper cyber resilience framework, we see that data losses are causing a lot of companies a lot of monies and can shut down operations, incur hefty regulation fines, bring about loss of reputations. Now, having talked about cyber resilience, there was one more important aspect which brought into the customer that we talked about a cyber resilience framework. But what do you mean by a cyber resilience framework? Do I need just to prevent the attacks? Do I need just to recover from those attacks? Or do I also need proper intelligence to identify those attacks or to identify those vulnerabilities? Now that's where we have our Wipro Right Cloud Threat Intelligence platform. This threat intelligence platform does 300 billion plus analysis of data points, applications, or files every day, which keeps on scanning the entire web where our customer base has, the agents has been deployed, or where our RNO partners are providing it as a service, or our OEM partners who are providing it as a service. From there, we are doing a continuous analysis and finding out the file behaviors, the application behaviors, the mobile apps behaviors, and doing the classifications. The classifications are simple. It's either a bad classification or a good classification. Based on those classifications, we are publishing our reports. Now, seeing the trend, I'll talk about the Bright Cloud top threat trends which we have seen. But if you want to download this, you can scan this and can get the latest Bright Cloud threat report. Now, top threats which we have seen and which we have published, and a lot of customers are agreeing to this, and industry experts are agreeing to it, are increase in Internet of Things devices, the applications or the apps or the mobile devices or just common fridge or appliances which we are seeing, TVs, everything, right, are on internet now. Everything is connected, everything is digitally talking to each other. The points of entry for any attack is now much more compared to what it used to be earlier. We have seen pen testing tools on the black market, which was earlier not there. Extortion techniques are growing in numbers and method and sophistications. Pump and dump scans, again, increase in mobile vulnerabilities, and barrier to entry is getting lower. What we mean by barrier to entry is getting lower is that now you don't need to be a coder to have those exploits written by you and then attack a customer. If you simply go on dark web, you simply pay a few dollars and you would be able to get those vulnerabilities, get those attacks, and then you can work your way up from there, right? So we have seen all this threat landscape in last 12 months. Also, a common threat which we have seen in last 5 to 6 years is rise in ransomware cost. Earlier, it used to be a mere dollar. Now it has risen to thousands of dollars. If we see the common or the largest scam which has happened or largest attack which has happened, you would see the ransom which has been asked from customer, 70 million in case of Kasaya attack, which has happened recently, 50 million in case of Contra attack, which has happened. In CNA attack, 40 million has been demanded. The one unique case which we are seeing here is CNA attack. In CNA attack, the customer were not able to recover their data for 2 weeks. After that, they gave up and they agreed for those ransom and continued from there. So we are seeing the costs which are associated with these attacks. Now also the phishing volumes, the trends of phishing volumes which have been published by our web threat intelligence platform. You can see a trend. When there is income tax filing during May, June, or during the festivity season, October, November, you would see the phishing simulation or phishing attacks are on the rise. This is the time when they reach out to customers with IT tax refund scams or with goodies scams during festivity. They would impersonate top companies and reach out to customers with various offers, but we would not know whether those offers or those content are coming from malicious organization or malicious attackers or something like that. Also, the trend is changing. For example, in 2020, when we were working from home, eBay impersonation was on the highest. 13.2% has been impersonated, people have been targeted, that this is the feature, this is the bonus, this is the prize you can win with eBay. But if you see the trend of 2021, eBay is not even in top 10 list. Now it's moved to top 20 list. So they are gradually modifying their attacks or phishing simulation also with the industry trend also with the user behavior also. Now, based on all these trends, IDC, one of the industry leading analysts, has published 6 frameworks for cyber resilient solution or cyber resilient infrastructure. There is a QR code for IDC report which can be downloaded by scanning that QR code. But what they have laid out is that first you have to identify what kind of attack is happening, what kind of malicious contents are out there, how they are evolving. You have to protect, detect, respond, recover, and educate. Now, these are when we talk about identify is something which IDC simply put, you can't protect yourself if you don't know what you are protecting yourself from. Protect, this is the layer where they have defined that employees are the weakest link. You have to protect your employees, their endpoint devices. You have to ensure that their devices are backed up or their devices are protected with proper security agents. Detection, you have to have a threat intelligence reporting or threat intelligence supply where you would be able to identify the threat trends, where you would be able to define what is being adopted by the attackers out there. Now, on respond, they have said that how to prevent if something has happened, if they are targeting you, are you capable enough to respond to that? Then recover if somehow they have infiltrated, how quickly you can recover from it and how quickly you can start working from it. And the last one, which can also be the first one, is educate, to empower your employees, to let them know what kinds of security threats are out there, what kind of vulnerability are out there, because most of the time, if you have seen all the research from leading analysts, leading researchers, they always point out someone in the organization didn't know enough about what is happening, and they did something which they thought was not, insecure enough, and that triggered the chain of activity which finally resulted in some attack or some form of attack on the organization. So to educate the employee is one of the main pillars for the framework which ITC has laid out. Now, the recap of the framework which ITC has laid out. Now I talk about Carbonite and Webroot product portfolio and how we fit in with the IDC 6 framework which we just talked about. If I talk about recovered portfolio, Carbonite data protection platform has offered Carbonite endpoint backup, cloud to cloud backup, MS365 backup, and all kinds of server backup. We have high availability solution for least RTOs and RTOs. If something happens, you can recover from that and start working within minutes. And then for identifying, we have White Cloud Threat Intelligence, which does its own analysis. And again, as I said, 300 billion plus data analysis happens on a daily basis. Identification and classification happens on a daily basis. Apart from that, on education and protection part, we have Webroot security awareness training, DNS protection, and endpoint protection and email security. So this is a complete layout of Carbonite and Webroot open text security solutions under cyber resilience portfolio. The key takeaways which I want to give from this, that time to implement cyber resilience is now, and every customer is talking about it, every customer is looking for a solution around it. The types of threats seen in the wilds are growing and they are becoming more sophisticated. So we have to be ready. We have to be ready with the intelligence. We have to be ready with the agent who is intelligent enough to spot that. Education and self-responsibility are key when developing a cyber resilience strategy. And a multi-layer strategy is extremely important for this to achieve. Now switching gears, with this, we have recently announced our Cyber Plus rewards also to help our partner accelerate
cyber resilience journey for their customer. For if you are an MSP partner or if you are a reseller, you can leverage this to earn rewards for it also. There are two ways to earn rewards with us with cyber reward plus basically completion of non-sales related activity which covers certification courses, webinar, assessments, free trials, demos, or case studies, or completion of sales activity both for resellers and MSPs. The key benefit which we offer with Carbonite and Recruit that would help you increase your profitability and would help you get a proper cyber resilient solution to customer, improve customer retention and efficient services. With that, I close my presentation. Thank you so much for listening to me.
It's time, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome on stage our next presentation, which is going to be given by Mr. Harikrishna Prabhu, co-founder and CEO at Technobind Solutions Private Limited, on value proposition of ACOPS.
Am I audible there? Last tables. Yeah, as Madam said, my name is Harikrishna Prabhu. I'm actually part of the ecosystem here. I'm one of the distributors, value distributors, who work very, very closely with most of the partners out there. So here today, I'm trying to first introduce Technobind, which we don't know each other. The second one, what exactly the way we go to the market, and what exactly we do for ACOPS are the three things that I want to cover. As it is written here, we are the specialist technology distributors. We don't call ourselves as value-added distributors. I believe sometimes it is sort of abusive word, so I would like to call myself as a technology distributor. We are one distributor who works or presents product solutions in and around data. Everybody knows about why data being the new oil, it is multiplying, it's growing, and we all know about it, so I don't need to add anything there. Just to tell you who we are, I will not take much of time. We are about 10-year young organization based out of Bangalore, spread across India and South, going to Singapore and SCA now this year, going at a pace of about 50% CAGR. As I said, we are everywhere and recognized by most of the media vendors as thought leaders or one of the best distributors, which I take pride of. So, nothing new. Data gets generated from most of these streams of whatever the technologies or the way customers use it. It could be whatever we are talking about. And the data that we have, how do we manage? Or what we talk about as an organization is we help customers store data. We help customers protect data, secure data, and analyze data. All our products that we have about 18-20 products, everything actually gets housed in one of these umbrellas or the buckets, so-called. So now I'm here. Just before me, Abhishek spoke OpenText, Carbonite. We are the OpenText Carbonite distributors in the country, that's the largest. We have all the wherewithal to go and talk to the customer along with the partners, whether it is positioning,
demo, POC, implementation, whatever it's required. That is part of the carbonate of the open text. But here I'm representing ACOPS. Mohan sir is here. We will definitely talk about technology. But I just wanted to tell you, we have added ACOPS just about a month back. And whatever we intend to, or we have been doing for other products, we intend to do for ACOPS as well. Apart from that, we have certain amount of technology in various buckets that we have. So we spoke about data. So data governance must keep up with the IT evolution. I'm about 25, 26 years old in the IT field. We have seen servers. It started with a small amount of desktop as a server, the server, and the storage part of it. Then virtualization became a sort of norm. It became a very new technology around 2000s, and then mobility came into picture. Cloud is, if we are talking about cloud, it is becoming a sort of mandate today. It's going to stay here, and the big data, right? All the, whatever we are talking about, the data journey that we talk about, everything lies here. So, just step ahead. What did we learn from pre-COVID and post-COVID, or during the COVID era, right? A lot of things. All of us, somebody said in the morning, in the afternoon, saying, the only two industries who did extremely well during COVID, or because of the COVID, is one is pharma, or the medical, or the hospital industry. The second one is IT. I'm telling you, in my experience, I'm nobody to teach or preach or anything. Whatever I'm talking about, it's my experience with the partners, with the vendors, and with the customers. That's what I'm going to share. We have done extremely well, and it's just a tip of the iceberg. We are just at the cusp of next 3 years IT evolution. We are saying there's a huge change the way customers are looking at buying. The customers' buying behavior is changing. Our selling gear has to change. And I think we are adopting much faster, and we are there today. And my confidence comes from my experience. I'm sure all of us have the similar kind of experience here of achieving something more than what we would have thought about during the COVID time. So just to some of the market drivers, not that none of us know about it. I believe that I have seen something like this, so I thought of sharing it with everybody. For two things, right? We said the business is growing, market is growing, customer behavior is changing, we need to change. What is that? Geopolitical drivers, right? In the market. China one. Most of the China, whatever manufacturing, whatever thing, it's moving to India. We are seeing that, right? That means there is a big, big opportunity for guys like us. The second one that we are talking about is strong, and nobody to talk about any government here or any party, but we have a very stable government for last 8-10 years, and we have seen a lot of new initiatives coming from the government. That stability actually helps attract a lot of investments into India, hence the investment into IT, hence business for us, and that's what we are looking at. It should be your intermediate initiatives, it could be anything for that matter. We are experiencing that, and I think that is one of the added advantage or the drivers for us to go and do more and more business. Other drivers, one is geopolitical, which is the hygiene factor. The second one is technology drivers so far that we talked about. Again, there are a lot of stalwarts here. I've been doing a lot of business with people. Vendors have spoken about it. This again, my understanding of technology, drivers, market drivers, there could be something extra, there could be something. But I believe these are the right ones. You can always discuss digital transformation. A lot of people spoke about digital transformation. And we are experiencing it. Are we part of it? We better be part of it. We are seeing a lot of opportunities for solution providers like us, like you, and along with that, value-added or technology distributors like us, we can actually go and do
major difference in the market. Cyber security, right? Most of the partners here are cyber security partners. Infra partners want to get into cyber security, which is the need of the hour. If we don't do it, there are somebody else going to do it. Threat vectors are changing on a daily basis. Solutions are there. We go and talk about cyber security solutions. I've seen, at least my experience is, for every problem there are 10 different products, 10 different solutions, because none of us know what exactly is the problem. It is just an insurance, right? So it's a perceived kind of solution, but yes, that's driving the market, that's driving our business. Cloud adoption, cloud is here to stay. But we are at a very early stage. Only about 30 to 40% of the customers who have adopted cloud at various stages, still not there. And whoever has adopted cloud, enterprise customers, or even the startups, SMEs, they are facing challenges. All these while we thought about it's a security challenge. One of those ways, it is not just security, it is the costing. It could be optimization problem. It could be zombie VMs here and there, whatever I'm saying. There are challenges, and that is leading us into a lot of customer places to do more and more business. Compliance and privacy. All this while we spoke about GDPR compliance, UIDA compliance, IRDA compliance, RBI compliance. These are the drivers. If we just align with the compliance needs, I think we have a big business coming in. And as Technobyte, at least 20-25% of the business comes from compliance needs. I can share that whenever we speak during the networking meeting, but I'm telling you, in my experience, is one market driver or the technology driver which is helping us grow and help everybody. Everybody spoke about exploding data. I don't need to touch upon, everybody knows about it. Then the analytics. What is this analytics all about? We are talking about AI, ML, these are. I have data. Customer has data. Can we help him monetize data? Is what matters to me. If we don't monetize data, whatever the data we have, it's like there is somebody bought jewelry and they have gone and kept it in the safe in a bank, not using. It needs to be used. That is what we are talking about. As Technobyte, we work on all these 6 factors, and we have products for all these 6 factors that we talked about. So I spoke about technology drivers, right? So most of our CXOs difficult in adopting these challenges. They are facing challenges. They don't know. They are going to Google. 10 of us go and give them different solutions. 10 of us go and teach them something. Gone are those days where we used to go and tell the customer, this is what you need to buy, this is what it is. We used to format their mind. Today, customers are educated. And hence, they have facing a lot of challenges. For me, those challenges are opportunities for us. If customer faces a challenge, I have an opportunity to go and sell something for him. And that is what we believe in Technobyte and the partnership ecosystem that I have along with us for our vendor, our products, our solutions, whatever we talk about. I'm seeing it as a big opportunity. So, what are those challenges, right? Databases are rampant. A lot of people spoke about databases, right? Evolving compliance and guidelines, I spoke about every day. Now it could be your Indian data protection law might come in, your UIDA is becoming stringent. A lot of things are coming. The SEBI laws, your RBI guidelines, anything for that matter. Again, the approach to manage the data needs to change. Data is available, data is accessible. Good. What do I do with that? There's a way to manage. There is a different way of managing the data, and it is not just saying enterprise management, okay, server management, whatever. There are hundreds of things. At the end of the day, accessible, performing, monetizing, everything comes there. We can possibly talk about. Thanks to COVID, everybody wants to work from home. Nobody wants to come back to office. Still, data is everywhere. How do you actually ensure it is secure, protected, not within any other wrong hands? Everything. It's changing. And we need to look at the way, these are the typical challenges that are apart from whatever people have spoken about. I'm sure most of us would have read this book,
called What Got You Here Won't Get You There by Marshall Goldsmith. If you have not read it, please read it. It tells us whatever we have done till date may not be sufficient, we need to change. What is that change? Change is not the way we go and work, right? Change is in our own mindset. One, change our mindset, which will help change customers' mindset of buying. Because as I said, customers' buying pattern is changed. The decision making is moved beyond CIO, CXO organization. It is moved to CROs. It is moved to engineering. It is moved to business. So we need to change our mindset and get aligned as early as possible. What problem are we solving for customers? Everybody has a problem. It's a motherhood statement, right? I am trying to go and solve customers' problem. What is that customer problem? Do I know about it? How do I get to know about it? This is what, at least I believe, I do this with our guys. For me, the customers are my partners. But are we actually, as solution providers, do we know what is my customer's future plan? Do we know what is my customer's business all about? Do we go and read their balance sheets? Are they profitable? Are they investing? What is their next 3 years plan? If we know about it, I'm sure the plan actually starts with the pain point, right? What exactly is the pain point? If we know, then we can put a finger on that particular problem, saying this could be your problem, and maybe have 3 or 4 different kinds of products which actually solves your problem and helps you become productive. The entire business is moving, the IT buying is moving towards business. It is productivity. And maybe get our sales guys trained to speak that language, understand customers, understand the concepts. And enablement is not product does this 1, 2, 3, 4 things, specs and features, plus minus computation. Concept understanding, their problem understanding. Am I there with them? Can I give them the right solution? I think the sales guys today, the new generation sales guys, do not have baggage. If we go and give possibly some sort of enablement like this, we should be able to understand the customer pain point and then give them the right solution. So, market is crowded. We all know, right? Whether it is vendor community, cybersecurity solution, partner community, it's too crowded. How do I stand out? I better stand out, right? Customers should know this guy can do a different job than what others can do. I cannot say I am one among a partner, I'm a platinum partner, I'm a gold partner, I have services, I have 1,200 people. No, I think it's beyond. Again, I'm not trying to tell you guys are much senior to me. I just wanted to share my experience of why it should be. In doing all that, Technobyte as a distributor, we don't go and talk just about product. I have 20 products, I will take it. I will enable you, I will do this, I will do that, I will do POC. We try and adopt certain sort of practices in the market. The practice may include 2 or 3 of my products, which I have, 3 or 4 of your products from other vendor, other distributor, doesn't matter. We all stitch together and give a solution. That's the practice that I am talking about. So somebody spoke about DevSecOps. It's going to happen. That's the way. Is it sufficient? In my opinion, DevSecOps is directly getting related to BizOps today. Productivity. If not, you fail. Endpoint, right? Distributed architecture. Endpoint, people thought endpoint is going to die. Endpoint is again come back. But management of endpoint is what matters. We talk about endpoint governance. It could be endpoint backup to encryption to accessibility, anything for that matter. Endpoint governance is going to be the biggest driver for any one of us here. The third one is digital workspace. This again is going to happen bigger and bigger because of the way the world is looking at the IT evolution. So that's the other one. So I spoke about use cases. I'll just take 1 or 2. We have about 7, 8 different practices I talk about.
I talk about endpoint stack story. Why I'm talking endpoint is because we are able to quickly relate because of the whatever I spoke about distributed environment or whatever work from home, the accessibility matters, endpoint is the way to go, right? Endpoint backup, endpoint management. All these are the need of the hour for a customer. Does he have the budget to buy everything? We may not. But if I go and talk to him about all these 5, 6 things, tomorrow when he realizes there is something extra I need for the endpoint management, he will call us. I'm opening the door. People say, close the sale. I say, close the sale, but keep the door open and keep a hook open so that I can go and sell something more and don't close the door of the customer. We have similar kind of practices. In terms, these are the products which comes under endpoint stack. We always think so many things there. But what I'm talking about, we have about 7 different things. I have IDAM as a practice. I have modernization of backup as a practice. Modernization of backup, I'm talking about gone are those days, server will be backed up by somebody, desktop by somebody, your email archival by somebody, replication by somebody, doesn't talk to each other, nobody knows what's happening with the data. We come there. No problem. We do that, right? Now, why I'm talking about digital workspace is because we just signed up with AppOps. And for me, as a value-added distributor, as a technology distributor, it is the biggest driver of growth personally, and I'm sure, in fact, I should share this. I was not part of the AppOps, I think, sales kickoff for the event that they had in Mumbai. Every partner who was there, who were spoken to by my colleagues, were highly appreciative of AppOps, Mohan sir, and the entire team, the way they go and support partner community, which is commendable. Thank you very much. So why I'm talking about digital workspace is because of AppOps. I see big opportunity out there. AppOps does much beyond that. I'm just trying to cover one use case. But Mohan is here. They have a booth. We are there. Maybe there are about 7, 8 big use cases, important ones, which actually helps us go to customer, not in a open door. Sometimes we have to take the backdoor entry, and I'm sure these technologies will help us take the backdoor entry. Is what I look at, right? So, secure work from anywhere is what we speak about. I am not too competitive or there to talk about AppOps technology in front of one, but let me try this. So, we can see end user computing transformation is happening, right? We always spoke about PC computing, which moved to digital workspace, which actually had storage, servers, virtualization came in. But everything came from different vendors which had to brought together. And that was the SI's capability, and we all tried on that. But how do we make it simple is what matters. Can I bring a lesser number of products and hence give the similar kind of solution, but make it elegant, make it ease of management is what AppOps is teaching us. Instead of 8, 9 products, we just need about 4 to that. That's it. The entire thing is owned by AppOps. And what we need to do is, we just need to master the AppOps product and the solution, the way it can be deployed, the way it can make it work. It helps. So some of the customers, most of the people here are selling AppOps. AppOps is our own product, make in India product, doing extremely well, going now to global way, right? So one is make in India. Look at the kind of customers we have. I don't think the one slide was sufficient to show that. Right? It had in every kind of what we call the segment, we have a customer reference, and all these are referenceable. You can go and talk to these customers, or you can possibly, with the help of AppOps, you can get there. So some of the AppOps products, I will not go deep into it in the interest of the time. We can always talk about it. As digital workspace, the application desktop, virtualization, ICT, all right. One information, I don't know, I'm not endorsing it or validating it. I have heard in the market that Citrix is vacating this space, and nobody to confirm. Don't quote me. But if they are vacating, we all have a big, big play with others. That's the opportunity that I'm looking at. And I'm very gung about it. I'm very sure that we will do well with ACOPS. For ACOPS, as Technobyte, don't just believe in having more and more sales guys. In my organization, we have more technical guys than the sales guys. We have more deployment guys than the sales guys. Because I have been a distributor, I have no business to go and manage the customer. But I help customers in doing heavy lifting, which could be positioning, to showcasing, which is demo use, and making it work, which is deployment. And I'm going to build a big, big team for ACOPS in next 2 to 3 months. We are already completing our certifications, we are already completing all that, and that is the value proposition that I'm talking about. I'm not just going into the depth of this, but yeah, just to end, we have done it with a lot of people around here. I have working relationship with most of the people here, and they've experienced us, and I can do it again, and we can do it together, and we can grow together. So it's all about our approach. It's about let's engage with the partner. Collaboration is the word. Gone are those days people used to talk about competition. It is collaboration. Let's collaborate. Let's see if we can grow together. Thank you very much.
Check. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank Mr. Prabhu for sharing his intense insight on data governance. And what he has also highlighted through his presentation is that his organization, which is Technobyte, is here to take away all our goals. So this was one of the final presentations that we evening. The session will be
Progression is IT and cloud service provider, enabling hundreds of companies to move by 2021. Technology will shape agriculture with manage the IT and lead this digital transformation. This is organized as cloud or hybrid, not with infrastructure or components. Yet these ROI, organized performance,
technology can be a little surprising and a little out of our control at times. I think everybody would be interested in seeing what just played on screen, right? So, can we have the AV once again on screen? Yeah, let's have the AV. Surprise, surprise. We're going to leave that on later. We're going to dive into the final panel discussion for the day, which is channel to accommodate new technology adoption. I'm going to call upon stage all our panel members one by one. This session is going to be moderated by Associate General Manager, Marketer, Poet, Customer Evangelist. Yes, he dons many hats. He's from HCL Tech. Please give it together for Mr. Rahul Goswami. Director for this discussion is Senior Manager Systems Engineering, North and East India. Ahuja. We also have founder and managing director, People Ventures, Mr. Co-founder, CSO, ECOP Systems Private Limited, Mr. Director, Global Business Development, Insight Sales, Acronis, Mr. Rajesh Chabra, and CEO of Express Distribution. We got one more panel member, founder and managing director, FutureNet Technology India Private Limited, Mr. L. Ashok. And the rest all the panel members, please come on stage.
Check. Hi everybody. So once again, a warm welcome to all of you in this SME event, and I hope you all have been enjoying what all you have seen. Um, my name is Swami, currently heading the business marketing and sales excellence in and this panel talks about need of Chinese spelling to accommodate new technology. So into, and then with those elements, I will move to welcoming the eminent leaders of this panel. According to the global trend, 74% of IT decision makers feel shortage of skills is one of the most needy requirement of today's digital age. And if we try to understand the survey data and the foresters of the world, we will come to know that skill needs are more wanted in the areas of cloud computing, which is highest system performance, followed by data protection. Skills are needed in this area, and that's where IT can support and communicate with others. The world is moving towards transformation. These skills more than ever. And with this, I would like to invite our eminent companies from the companies like Solar Across Economics, People Ventures. I would introduce all of them one by one and give a lot of for the ability to Ashok Lakshmi Chandran, founder and managing director from CIOTV, and technocrat with over 30 and he provides solutions in areas such as bulletproof blueprinting for cloud migration, cyber forensics and information. We also women of informatics of next slide. Shah, who is the CEO of Express. The final statement, which is a cloud solutions company based in Mumbai. Ketan is also the president of IAMC of India chapter. And he's also a cyclist and a veteran. So thank you for Ketan once again. I'm also happy to welcome Patrick who comes with more than 30 years of relevant industry experience and is now heading people venture, bringing state-of-the-art government management solutions to India. He's a techno-commercial person with project management and solution consulting expertise. So welcome, Patrick. Next, it is a pleasure to have Puneet Ahuja from Palo Alto Networks. He is an enterprise management professional with experience in networking and cybersecurity. With his deep expertise in cybersecurity, he is committed to innovation and he provides game-changing net security tips, helping customers to pursue vision strategy. Thank you for coming. Next is Kavada, who is the sales director of South Asia and Global Business Division of Rajesh comes with experience of over 19 years with a mix of expertise in areas of customer focus, and service delivery. Finally, please to one word from ECOP. He is the managing director and founder of ECOP. Okay, so we talked about the need of so first question, which definitely is on the theme of skilling. The first question for the panelists, which is question and it's kind of everybody. As the industry is going trying to go upwards with the unprecedented kind of pandemic behind, what are the points on the remote workforce or remote workforce management? This trend really emerging up as a winner. And how do you view the technology revamp as a need for the others in this remote work?
Thanks, Babu. So, for having me here. It's undoubtedly like unprecedented COVID has happened also and growth of IT utilization. Whatever people were talking about getting onto a digital platform happened rapidly. That includes skilling of people also. 75% of the companies failed, or it is proved that they upskilled themselves in the last 2 years, which they haven't done in the past. So it shows that when this remote workforce is going to get to stay in a form of hybrid, also the skilling of people have gone up rapidly. So in summary, yes, this remote workforce management here to stay, and both the customers and the partners have scaled up to this is the reality.
Thank you, Ashok. I think definitely the key point is quite prevalent for all the industry leaders that the future is dependent on remote workplace and remote workplace management. But how do you actually deal with this scenario which is building up? And maybe from your side, Chetan, on how you use on remote workplace?
I think the pandemic has been a huge kind of hardware reset for organizations of all sizes. And today we see that CEOs, CIOs, and entrepreneurs have realized that they need to have technology and infrastructure in place to see that they don't have any such business stoppages in future. So this remote working or hybrid working, is now sort of a permanent offshoot of the pandemic. And as a business owner myself, I see this, as a trend for the next, I'm sure, many, many years. And as an IT provider, like many people in this room, I really see this as a huge opportunity for all of us to, be able to take our customers there. So I think, this is going to be a big, significant part of technology in the coming time.
Thank you so much, Chetan. I would like to ask this question to Mohan. Mohan, would you advocate the philosophy or the business model which is coming around the remote workplace, workforce?
Thank you, SMS channel, and thank you, the team. Good evening, everyone, and it's been an honor to get in touch with you all. Thanks to the panel here. Yeah. So one of the things what I want to always say is that digitalization always was supposed to give remote workspace an environment to work, but that never happened because people were comfortable working from office. Why do you create an adventure of taking people to work from home? Who's going to take up security? So because of security and because of many other reasons, remote workspace was not initiated by many organizations. Thanks to COVID, the remote workspace got accelerated advantage for rolling out. That's one. Because of COVID, we are almost like 5 years or 10 years ahead than the cycle. If the COVID was not there, the remote workspace would not have grown so much. Importance to IT came because of the remote workspace, because it made business happen through remote workspace. So IT is no more a support engine. IT is going to be directly reporting to business. And in next few years, IT is going to run the business. So it's all good for us. IT is going to be looking at the cash flows of the organization. So remote workspace is the positive approach. That's one. Now look at the future. We experienced the virtual environment. Now we are coming back to the personal environment in person now. What will happen tomorrow? It will be metaverse, which will happen tomorrow. I'll be sitting at my home with a VR glasses there. You will be sitting at your home with a VR glasses. We will all have virtual personas, and we will all come to a room where we will be meeting each other. We may shake hands with each other, but that will always be virtual in nature. So there is lots more which can actually happen. This is just the start. It is an interesting journey. Thank you.
Thank you. To great insights from Mohan, and clearly the future definitely augurs well for being remote in nature, providing services from anywhere rather than from a specific place. With this, I go to Rajesh. Rajesh, how do you think that that in this transformative industry dynamics towards work from anywhere, is company organizations to look beyond the traditional enterprise security, and how this necessitates strategic vision and investment into developing next-stage capabilities to thwart any misadvantage arising out of cybersecurity attacks?
Sure. I think we all talked about it in terms of how pandemic caused some irreversible changes and accelerated the journey towards digitalization. And and I covered it in my presentation as well, that it was very different before pandemic. A few years back, you had a firewall and a backup, and you are done. The thing is, when you were going to a physical workspace, that was your perimeter. Within that perimeter, you were supposed to be secured. It was heavily guarded. There was firewall, so it was kind of, there was a shield between the world and the perimeter. And now the entire world has become the perimeter. Okay, so people are working from airport lounges, people are working from home, accessing consumer-grade routers, which are not built for security. And multiple people are kind of logging into the same router. So obviously, the challenge for IT has grown immensely. And the future would obviously have to be IT responding to these challenges. And over the last 2 years, we have seen how innovative solutions have come in ensuring that remote workforce is enabled without compromising on security. So obviously, the investments and innovations are going to be in this field. I think the consensus in the group is that remote workforce is going to stay maybe in the hybrid form. Okay. So more and more investments in that field are going to happen. One of the challenges that we have seen after remote workforce, and this is just one of the challenges. There are so many more. Is that the number of phishing attacks have increased? For example, I see various reports, but if I take an average median value, about 80 to 90% of the attacks happen through phishing. Okay? And that's a huge number because if 90% of attacks are happening through one medium, it's a huge number. And I think the major reason now is because of the remote workforce. There is so much more dependence on emails and people looking at them. And because of probably also lack of education, because when you are going in the offices, there were a lot of cybersecurity education. Maybe because of lack of education, people are falling prey to these and installing something which gives the bad actors access to the corporate credentials. So obviously, more and more innovative cloud-based solutions in trying to protect them. We have already seen IOCs, XDRs, trying to protect employees. So I think the future would be in kind of coming out with these innovative solutions to protect the remote workforce environment.
Thank you, Ayush. I think definitely you made a very strong point that even though the future is uncertain, okay, but that can be actually covered by proper innovations in the areas of security and bringing proactive innovative measures to make sure that the disruption to the business continuity is not there. But the question it actually gives a follow-up question that with the workforce coming in the market, are they rightly skilled? The innovation that we're talking about, are there people to kind of handle those innovations? And with this, I go to Puneet. That hey Puneet, this era of tomorrow basically belongs to millennials, right? Who are not only tech savvy but also are called digital dwellers, right? So digital dwellers means who can create technology innovations and are kind of entrepreneurs, okay, in their own definition of tech transformation. So how is your view? Where do the skill gaps exist and how closely skills in cybersecurity demand more attention than ever?
Thanks, Rahul. Good evening, everyone. A bit of silence, so I just thought I'll check it out and echo if everybody is still live. Okay, I can see you at it. Thank you, everyone. So, going back to the question which Rahul put, I would like to divide it into two portions. One is people who are towards the consuming digitalization, and another set of people who are making a lot of apps and taking technology to the new level. So millennials, I will say it's Gen Y, Generation Y. I'm not Gen Y, I'm Prachi is. In the picture, I look Gen Y, all right? You can see my picture on the back end. Look much younger. Good to see the picture, younger picture of yourself always. So the Gen Y guys, they are very, very different from us. They think differently, they consume differently, and they innovate differently. So it's always good to have youngsters in your team, a good mix of people who can give you different ideas. They give you ideas which you never thought of. You can interact with your kids at home. You'll find that how differently they think. The difference lies between one, because in the eagerness to execute, they leave few portions vacant. So that gap needs to be addressed. There where responsibility of the people like us comes into the picture, where we start giving them some of education, a bit of education, that once they go, start once you make it, don't just go and post it on cloud service provider like AWS, GCP, which are very readily available these days. Give some emphasis, try to build it once you build a code, generate or take help from people around you to enhance cybersecurity postures so that once they consume their lot of, a lot of adherence to the things which are happening on the adversary sides. So these things need to be taken care. Our responsibility as a result is to educate those guys, to educate with some maturity, taking care of cybersecurity aspect of it.
Thank you, Tony. Now, as you clearly said that the generation Y, what we call, so they are more volatile in nature, which means that they look for opportunities which are wider in nature, and their stickiness to the organization is something that needs to be carefully observed. Okay, and this observance has to come from the senior leaders, right from CEOs to the lowest level of decision makers, that how the gaps in skills, particularly in the area of cybersecurity, can be filled with immense efficiency. With this, I go to Prachi. Prachi, as you are heading the people ventures my question to you is, and that what are strategies, okay, that business leaders like you, or right from the top to bottom, what kind of strategies the decision makers should actually make so that they can actually optimize attrition, okay, especially in the new generation, and they can actually work on making them aware that bringing value to an organization is more important than, let's say, oscillating from one organization to another organization.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity, SME and this entire group of panelists. I think this entire process of retaining or controlling iteration starts right from recruiting a person. The mindset while recruiting a person needs to be more focused towards retention. Then constant trainings, upskilling, analyzing the workforce and mapping it to the upskilling of the organization. If the technology is changed, proper trainings and upskillings need to also be imparted to the employees, because that is the only way that they would feel that they are at level with what is going on in the organization. Proper governance, offer them a lot of flexibility is what I would say, flexibility of choosing a particular technology, choosing a particular department to work with, if that is possible.
And do you think that there are different ways to tackle between the people who are working remotely versus the people who are actually coming to office and then working in front of you? So there's some kind of ways to tackle these two different models of engagement so that attrition can be reduced or can be controlled?
Not really. I mean, I'm personally in favor of adopting just one method of working. Either it is a hybrid mode or it's on-premise mode. Because I find it's just my opinion, I find it very difficult to manage with half of the people working from home and half working from the premises, because one, communication becomes very difficult, the authenticity of communication becomes very difficult. That is the reason why I do not have a specific comment on this.
Okay, thank you so much, Prachi. Now I come to Ashok. Ashok, so we just talked about that how remote workforce or people who want to come to office, they can be, they should be basically skill dependent. They should be actually skill dependent upon their own preferences. My question to you is, remote workforce management, as they say, requires heavy duty calls for SaaS transitions. Okay, and any adoption towards SaaS business model, how do you think SMB companies and their associated channel partners gather motion towards employees reskilling and bringing employable workforce to each other?
I think it's a big challenge, especially because today the environment in which the business is conducted transformed leaps and bounds. It is no longer an average, the survey conducted says a customer uses 2.6 cloud, public cloud, and 1.5 private cloud on an average per client, which means you can't find a single organization which is sticking only to one public cloud or one private cloud. It's always a mix-up of that. So it's very clearly a multi-cloud environment. Like how we say the remote workforce management is all about hybrid. In the cloud adoption also it's hybrid. It is going to be a hybrid public-private mix. In this, small and medium companies scaling up to that level of meeting the challenge, I would say it's a tip of the iceberg still, because we've still not gone, we're only scratching the surface. As you go deeper, you will discover many challenges coming up onto that. Because it is not from an authentication perspective to protecting your information, it's just not easy. So skilling and hiring the right kind of people, which is what your question, is going to be more complex task, which is also discussed about upskilling, cross-skilling. You are also talking about reskilling. More than 50% of any organization, of a client organization, as a consultant, I've seen, we investing the biggest money in getting the people retrained and also cross-skill. Same thing happens with my own company. We are a managed services company. The biggest outflow for us in trying to attract the talent and get them trained onto a current challenge is 24/7 is the biggest challenge. So that will remain same, but I'm sure that only hard times make you be innovative to find new things.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So I go to Chetan. So Chetan, when we talk about various experience in the area of cybersecurity, couple of high-end segments come into picture, like data protection, identity access management, theft, network vulnerabilities. These are few of the top skills that are in demand. And but the issue is skilled professionals in this field are kind of scarce. Okay? So what would be your message to the workforce and the, let's say, academicians or the educationalists? How to incorporate these into mainstream focus of study and career options?
You said it correctly. I mean, there's a huge kind of a gap in the demand supply for these kind of skilled workers. So that's going to remain for some time. But definitely my message to the academicians would be that, today security is an inherent part of IT, even for consumers as well as for businesses. So probably at the core education level itself, if this can be incorporated as a separate field, then kind of, one is, yes, it's needed. Second is for the people who are getting skilled, this is a highly remunerative, employment field. So, I mean, it's a win-win for everybody, I mean, for the businesses and the people. So my message is definitely look at this very deeply and kind of enhance the level of education which is being offered to today's young gen who are coming out of universities and colleges.
Thank you so much, Chetan. I go to Rajesh now with the same kind of question, but maybe a additional thought process viewpoint. Rajesh, as you have been leading the global sales and business development for Acronis, your professional stint requires you to speak to varied variety of customers, right? And you must have seen the necessities in the areas of new projects, right? So when you actually look for skill set or look for hiring new employees or new workforce in the field of cybersecurity, so what kind of challenges you have seen from the hiring standpoint or to kind of mitigate those challenges? What would be your message for the industry body as a whole?
So, in terms of challenges, I would say that the challenges that I see today are unfortunately the same challenges I used to see some years earlier. The industry, the technology moves at a very fast pace, but the same pace, it's not kind of fed back into our institutions, and we still have a lot of institutions training or talking about technologies which existed many years back, in some cases even 2 decades back. So that I would say that the pace of industry and education has to kind of match with each other. There is a mismatch, first of all. The second challenge that I see is that still there is a lot of focus on trying to kind of just learn by rote, just trying to get grades, okay? Without really trying to understand the overall concept. Which is why when companies, many CEOs have also spoken out that when they hire people, they have to train them a lot of hard skills to really make them employed or really make them, kind of useful in the current environment that they have. So the third challenge that I see is also in terms of soft skills, because what I see is that when we talk about, and I think someone spoke about the fact, I think you spoke about the fact that stickiness is something we have to kind of look at. So I think, behavior and soft skills is also something which probably needs some more focus, because when we hire new people or when companies are hiring new people, skills like whether they can actually go into a meeting and kind of handle it on their own, conflict management, all of these are soft skills, which communication skills, all of these are very important soft skills which are required by the industry. So these are the three main areas where I see that there are challenges and focus should be there to mitigate.
Thank you, Rani. I think message is quite crystal for not only the admissions or the education, but also for the channel partners. that when they kind of look to scale their business, okay, it's important to have the right workforce in place, which would need to be strengthened in terms of varied skill sets, and not only technological wise, but also from the behavioral side. I would now go to both Mohan and Prachi one by one. And my question is, maybe I can begin with Mohan. Mohan, any examples you would like to share, both professionally and personally, that can give a glimpse to our audience on what have been your business strategies and organization goals towards addressing the needs of channel skills, and how you are investing into new technology adoptions for the industry growth?
Thank you. See, the most important thing in any organization is the people. Okay, the people become the foundation now, especially in IT. The people are the most important. Whether you're skilled, you're not skilled, they have to be trained to be the best. We always say that we need the best people. We need skilled people. You need to get people. You need to create a culture. You need to take care of them as a family. Then you need to ensure that they are being on the right path. Couple of things which is very important for an organization to be better than the best is they need to have the courage, they need to have the compassion, they should be selfless, and finally they should be loyal. And if you have a team which is good, they'll automatically become talented, they will automatically become the best, and it will be interesting for you to see how it will grow. It's a bit different with respect to people. We get the best people from the market and you nurture them, or you get a normal person from the market, then you train them and you get a culture, and that's the culture what he's going to pass it on to his customers. You need to have a happy team so that you can have a happy customer. So it boils down to multiple years of institutional environment. You cannot be detrimental or you cannot be demanding or anything at all. It should be like a family. Then only they will work. Earlier it was a 9 to 6 job. Now IT is no more a 9 to 6 job. When you call up a person at 10 o'clock in the night, whether he takes a call, he can take a call, he may not take a call. Customers will call you at 2 o'clock in the night. Only a person who is loyal, having core interest in the organization, will take the organization forward. So people become the most important thing. The next thing is, how do you nurture talent? There's a country which spent millions of dollars building a pen which can work in space. They wanted to send people on space. Pen doesn't work there. They spend millions of dollars on that. There's one more country just took a pencil there. The other country took just pencil. So one is efforts, the second thing is the talent or the depth on which a person is working. People have to change their attitudes that you are coming from a developing company, you can be better than the best. So basically the attitudes of the people should be world class. India is going to become world class. We are going to be the best in the software. Even in pharma, the Covaxin which was built was one of the best vaccines in the world. So it will be very short time before India is going to be known for software and IT work. But we need to change for that. India will become the best country in the world even before we become the best. So we have to strive ourselves to see that we have a good team, we have a good people, and we nurture. Many examples are there. One is the pencil. Second thing is that people want to go for water, and if they don't know that H2O is water, they may be going around in circles. So knowledge is very important. Without knowledge, even a ladder is meaningless. So if you look at what are the personal experiences, we try to actually work on the bare minimum knowledge what is there and strive on that and take it to a level where you can actually solve problems. And for that, you need people actually working with you in each and every corner.
So the world is just not enough. We can, IT is not only for Delhi or India, you can go much better. The only thing what is that is we need to carry that attitude of being the world class. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohan. Prachi, over to you. I would also like to kind of hear from you that what have been your business priorities and organization goals in terms of right skills, having right skills, and how are you progressing towards investing into new technology innovations?
Thank you. Taking right ahead from Mohan sir, yes, of course, the human resource or the human talent is the most important in any organization, but we can't deny so is technology. In the pre-COVID era, focusing at the document management solutions that I do in my company, I used to just work with one or two solutions. Post-COVID era, I realized that it's really not sufficient enough to cater to the market, which has become very fast changing, very volatile. And I decided to go in for multiple solutions from multiple countries, which has impacted my business big time. I've grown quite a bit after the critical COVID phase ended. So that has been my perspective. Also, it takes a lot for the people in the country to change. As entrepreneurs, like all of us are here, it is, let's say, more approachable approach would be that we take our skills to those who cannot afford it. The smaller universities, smaller group of people, those who want to learn but cannot learn. I have followed this structure. I have given some guest lectures at the smaller universities, which just focused on my domain. That is prepping up the younger generation towards being a better one and a more educated one. That's all from my side.
Thank you so much, Prachi. And I think I would like to go to Puneet as the closing question. Puneet, you follow Alto Network, being the leading one of the lead sponsors of this event. My question to you is, and it's both, what's your message to the channel partners and what are the expectations in return from channel partners, and how they can also want to invest into the various areas of cybersecurity, okay, and from both from the skill standpoint, both from technology standpoint, and what do you think that this association between the channel partners and the leading enterprises like yours can bear fruit for the industry in the long term?
Thanks, Rajesh. So I think I can write an essay on this, but yeah, just to keep it brief, I think maybe I'm the last speaker, maybe standing between and everyone is looking at me. I'll just wave again to check my way of checking everyone is still live. So yes, I think we go and look at our channel partners in a very different way. So we see them as a way to progress and go deep into the market. He was also mentioning you should go deep into the market. The learning should start from there. So we have already explored a lot of tier A cities. We should look at tier B, tier C cities. There are a lot of hidden talent sitting over there. So my messaging to channel partner is, first they should look at youngsters. They should look at where we belong to, the villages, and we should pick the talent which we can nurture and take to the next level. That's my first suggestion to everyone. So we should make small academy, maybe maybe a small training institute, or maybe go to a small village somewhere, or where there is an engineering college, go educate, give back to society. Let's do our social part of it. That's my first suggestion to everyone. And I think it can, and I'm very confident it will bring a lot of results back to the complete society and the cyberspace we live in these days. Second thing, which a different perspective maybe, because we are living in a hybrid world and everyone has to accept it. There has to be a sense of maturity at both the level, organization as well as the users level. That sense of maturity is our responsibility as the leader of the organization and everyone on the panel here, to create that sense of maturity in the people who are working from home. A lot of things happens only with collaboration. There is you can't replace human touch with a virtual touch anyways. So that's our second responsibility, that we should create soft skills. Someone was talking about soft skills to enable those guys who are working from home. That again has to be somewhere, channels as our OEM responsibility. Third thing is, once it goes to technology should be looked from an overview point of view. It should not be that someone is going and selling perimeter security or firewalls, as you say so. It should be looked from a framework perspective and educated in the similar way to the, to the education, giving, some level of academics in the education, or academies, training institute which you set up for your new joinees, or, as we get boot camps which we do for our employees. So it has to be looked from the framework point of view, not from a siloed product point of view. One of the questions reminded me of ZPA, which is Zero Trust Architecture in terms of cybersecurity. So Zero Trust Architecture is what we normally talk about, and slowly it should be just gone deep dive to, calculate or give solutions around it. That education should go that deep. And once everyone is on the same page, I think picking up or adopting technology is easy way to do. So my suggestion, as a peer or as a junior or as a senior, whatever you think me of, is to create that awareness on both. One is socially give back to society. Second, take youngster people from tier C cities on the way to this journey. And third is create awareness both on education from the framework point of view. Don't go follow is the best company to work for or the best company in cybersecurity. Don't go by that way. Create a framework and putting some diverse or some technologies into it so that the complete framework can be understood by those guys. And they can put their own mind to create some innovative ideas around it.
Thank you so much, Puneet. I think a lot of key takeaways came out of this enriching insights. Putting frameworks into place, don't work in silos, invest into the right skill sets so that ideas can be fructified into innovation. And that's why we all are aiming towards bringing right innovations in the ecosystem so that the cybersecurity as an industry can be made more progressive, more enriched. And because everybody talked about how ideas can be brought into innovation by investing more into skills and technologies, I would like to sum up this panel session with a small poem that I would like to dedicate to all of you and to this panel session. And the poem is called "I Am the New You." So I stands for inspiration, idea, innovation, or insights, whatever you want to say. But yes, here it goes, and it's a dedication to our eminent panelists and to this event. Here it goes. I am the new you. The time is imminent to press the panic button, to disarray the structured path, to let the disruption return. The victories of the past will proffer as the forgotten heroes, basking in the old glories, will offer you nothing but zeros. The gloomy and insane, ignored ideas looking in pain, the unstructured thoughts will be asked to revive. The changing era will test you to perish or survive. Check your mind and heart, for if they are in unison, for if the fledgling soul has found its meaning, its position. Old habits die hard will be in past. Every moment will yearn for inclusion. The path you have traversed so far will be asked to forego for succession. For years, for ages, even from the time of sages, the man has progressed on competition. Now the order of time is collaborate, and this is for all the channel partners. Collaborate for genesis of a new mission. Oh dear, don't fret. This is delicacy, don't neglect. I am asking not more than handful. I am the change, I am the new. Thank you so much. So with this, wonderful thanks to our eminent panelists, and we look forward to engaging with all of you more often like this. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Gentlemen, ma'am, thank you very much for this very, very interesting panel discussion. I think what this panel discussion has highlighted is the need for tech adoption. Like during the pandemic, like I had mentioned earlier, that technological digital adoption happened at breakneck speed. And And in order to fast track that, in order to make that happen even quicker, there is a need for upskilling in channel partners. So that's our takeaway from this panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, now we've got a very interesting fireside chat coming up. This fireside chat is going to be conducted by our editor, Mr. Sanjay Mohapatra, and joining sir for the same is Director, Channels India and SAC, Palo Alto Networks, Mr. Prithivas Neelkantan. We've got Mr. Mohapatra and Mr. Neelkantan with us on stage.
All right, I think I'm audible to all of you. Thank you for your time, morning, evening. You have been inspirational, giving so much of information about what's happening around the cybersecurity space, digital transformation, and so many other things. But I have got some personal questions to you. I know that you are a veteran in the channel industry, and we also can talk about other things. What's beyond channel, what's in the industry, right? We have seen last 2 years, we are there as I pointed out at the beginning, we are inside our homes, but outside things like, there were a lot of talks around digital transformation, which obviously. So also we talked about cloud computing, we talked about container technology during that period, and the remote work also kicked in at that point of time. What else happened, and what else that people are talking about going forward?
Yeah, thanks for having me. The first part is that there's a lot of different definitions of digital. Every company is going through the process of transformation. Some of them have pivoted faster. Many of them are still in that process. Having said that, what we have noticed in the market is that many of our customers are going through that accelerated phase of transformation. So, in attending to that is the reskilling that they're going rapidly. They are learning a lot more things about cloud, application modernization, the closer equation between application modernization and business, and it brings a virtuous cycle between what the business needs and what the digital transformation should deliver. That's the first part. So the second part is that almost every organization that we do has a close relationship between and what are the outcomes. Quite frankly, at a global level, we've seen very many reports where customers are grappling with social transformation, cloud transformation, with what is the outcome business perspective. This is not got on top of it, and we will continue to see customers asking, our partners asking, saying that, will I move to the cloud? Will I modernize my applications? What's the ROI I'm going to see? So earlier in the day, I was mentioning that be prepared to actually be in front of CFOs to answer those tough questions, because every dollar has to go a longer way. Customers are prepared for instant troughs and instant peaks of their businesses. So that's going to be the new norm in terms of how we engage with clients. The second part, within organizations, I can see a lot more of humaneness in terms of how you deal with your employees, with your partners, with your ecosystem. Right? I think the pandemic has taught a lot of lessons to all of us in terms of being impacted, irrespective of where you are, how old you are, how young you are. It doesn't matter what hierarchy you hold. So I've seen a lot of humaneness in terms of how you approach your colleagues, your employees, your subordinates, and the organization as such. So that's the second part. The third important part is that every conversation with our partners and our customers actually has a very strong underlying message about how do you manage security. I was telling somebody during the break is that this is going to be an evergreen industry. This is the foundation you place today is going to have a very strong impact into the future of how you transform your organizations. And as a result of all this, the balance sheets of partners are going to be slightly different in the next few quarters as they look at a non-capex moving to OPEX-based sales engagements with customers. ARR becomes important, and therefore how you not only plan your sales, your cash flows, but also your salary structures to your employees will change over the next 6 to 8 quarters as you move into managed services, as you move into ARR-based sales.
Well, I just pointed out, which is very, very important, is the managed services, which is lacking. In my beginning of my welcome session, I said that is the partner needs to invite, they need to develop within the organization, create that practice also. What needs, or what are the ingredients? How should they take part in adapting to managed services, managed security services?
Sure. Yeah. So customers.
The challenges.
Sure. Yeah. Understood. So customers, when they move to cloud, we are automatically moving to a OPEX-based consumption model of IT. Now, in attendant to that, there are three fundamentals. The first is like I said, how the partner is prepared to actually engage with their clients in a annuity basis on a service which they have to deliver. That's the first part. So unlike a capex-based sales that they used to do, this is going to be extremely services-centric, and you have to rework your balance sheets accordingly. That's the first part. The second part is the skills required. Right? The pre-COVID situation, most of the time you saw the customer managing most of his infrastructure, his data center, etc. Now all those boundaries have disappeared. The customer is expecting the partner, especially in the managed services area, to manage the entire infrastructure, the services, the outcomes as well. So the skill requirement, the talent pool, the retention of the talent pool, the constant reskilling required has become even more magnified, and that's going to transform the way how partners are going to deliver. The third, specifically on managed security, there's a massive skill gap in the market. We've seen some of the largest banks, when they move to the cloud, after a quarter, they've come back and said, hey, we need 10 people. Can you put them on to our, facility and manage our cloud? And we asked him why. He says, we have shifted our technology and pivoted so much that we don't have enough skills within the organization, and we'd love to have somebody run the show for us. And that is going to be an increasingly magnified requirement in the market. Now, what does all these three things do is that it's a perfect storm for our partners to come in, skill themselves, run the show on an OPEX model, and most importantly, manage the customer's landscape.
This thing is very nice, but we haven't hearing it out for a long time. The biggest challenge is the satisfaction of the business that they already have done. What's the need of entering into another area? Why to add on the certification? Why to invest on that? So I believe that's the challenge area of any partner today in order to adapt to our new territory, our new business. That's the managed services, which has, of course, our dividends. So how do you see this aspect?
So this is basics of economics, right? You can be in the rarefied space of deep tech, cybersecurity space, build skills, be one of the very few partners who can offer that service. Your margins are going to be healthy, right? Not only now, and in the future when there are fewer players in the market. So if you are an early starter, you have the option of making rich margins in the space and be very, very profitable. As the market matures and more people want to get into this space, and obviously there's going to be competition and you're going to see margin erosion. So partners have a choice to either start early, build the deep tech skills, make money in it, or wait for for the wave to come in, get well established, and then be one among the very many who have to compete in this space. Having said that, I think early in the morning I alluded to the fact that the cybersecurity market itself is fairly complex. The footprint required from a solution perspective is growing bigger by the day, and therefore it's non-trivial. So I believe that from an India context, there's opportunity for every partner at various levels to invest and pivot to this model. Customers don't have skills. Reality is that.
Yeah, that is how I'm also hearing hopefully in India that also Asia Pacific, US also. The customers are trying to chase the talents where the talents are, be it in India or Africa or even Afghanistan. So I was speaking to somebody in Malaysia, a very large organization, government-led organization, saying that I'm trying to hire from India. And I'm also thinking of hiring people from Africa, native. So that's what the mindset is. They, people are thinking about those lines.
You're right. And in fact, if you look at the 90s as far as IT services is concerned from the Indian business context, right? When IT-enabled services started booming, the 90s belonged to an era of pure infrastructure management. 2000 onwards, that era was about getting into the platform management, managing applications. So a lot of companies built their businesses based on that. They would manage the banking application. They will manage the ability to actually build the interaction between various application areas. Applications were modernized using Java or .NET at that point in time. So that gave an opportunity for a lot of IT companies. This current decade, there are three fundamental areas: AI, the second is cybersecurity, and third is the cloud-based or cloud-native application transformation. My prediction is that a lot of Indian companies, in the next 2 years, if you are able to scale rapidly, the market opportunity is not going to be restricted to India. It's going to be global in nature, because if the customer's cloud footprint is going to be on the cloud, it doesn't matter where you manage it, where you operate it, where you configure it, where you support it from. So you will see that transformation happening. The early starters will definitely have an advantage.
Yeah, you said that rightly. I think here we can see through us 20% of partners, they have already expanded. From India, some are in Middle East, some are in US. In the first table itself, everyone sitting there who is talking about US market. So the trend has already picked up. So isn't it? Okay. Now the question comes here from Palo Alto perspective, Palo Alto network perspective. How do you want to take these partners on a journey? What is that differentiation that you are bringing for them so that their coverage area becomes bigger, or from a quality standpoint, they become stronger?
Okay. So I had spoken earlier in the afternoon. If you look at the products that we have, right, they're all world-class products in their own respective domains. So, for a partner, it gives an opportunity to enter the account through any of these products and still be seen as the best solution provider to that particular account. The customer may have deployed already some other solution, but because of the portfolio that we carry, and each one of those components of this portfolio is a world beater, right? We have the opportunity to enter an account, right, without any challenges. That's the first opportunity that it brings. The second part is, give us the people, we'll make sure that they're skilled. Our next wave partner program is extremely powerful to ensure that the partners build skills. One of the world's largest skill program on cyber is our Cyberforce program. India has the second largest pool of talent outside of the US, and that's growing by around 25% year on year. And we are very proud of it because some of the people get recognized at a global scale, and that is going to get accelerated in the future. The third part is that we have very strong technology partnerships with not only the cloud vendors, but also other complementary IT vendors, or what we call ISVs, right? Whether it's an Okta or a Thales, whether it's AWS, GCP, Oracle Cloud, or Azure, it doesn't matter. So what we want to do is to give the opportunity for the partner to be truly cloud or hybrid technology neutral security player. Every account, there's a massive opportunity. Bring us help us with people, and we'll make sure that you have the opportunity to not only sell but also sustain. The last point is that our ambition is to be a very, very strong technology innovation company on the cybersecurity area. There's so much to do there. All our market R&D dollars are going to be focused on building world-class products. We definitely need partners to transform those products into a consumable service that the customers will employ. So it's a very strong partnership that we can build. We take care of the technology, you transform that into a service and becomes extremely complementary in a non-competing way.
Okay, so I'll ask you a next question, which is around SME, the perspective I'm giving you. So there are three types of partners I consider. Everybody thinks that lines also. GSI is one, another is software Indian partners, and third one is that tier 2 channel partners. So the tier 2 channel partners comprise, I think, 50%, or they contribute to 50% of the business. If it is 100 billion IT market here, 50%, 50 billion market might be there from the tier 2 partners. All these partners present here. So their area of focus is SME1, and in the large organizations also, not the core technologies, but branch kind of technology. How does Palo Alto resonate with that kind of situation?
So the first part is, we need to worry about, we worry about market coverage. And market coverage is a function of the partner's ability to see us as a winnable and a profitable entity to work with. Over the last 3 years, what we have done is, A, we have expanded our portfolio. Secondly, we have brought in our design innovation to actually address the SMEs, because we do understand that the market is value layered. So you have SMEs who are extremely price sensitive, but they are non-compromising as far as capabilities are concerned, especially on cybersecurity. So we are now in a position to address the lower end of the market very, very aggressively. So that should give opportunities for all the partners to engage the SMEs. That's the first part. The second part is that if you market with the industry trend, and if SMEs increasingly pivot to the cloud, how can we help our partners transform their customers from on-prem into a cloud model? Now, the design philosophy of all our products is that they are software defined, and therefore the ability to move from on-prem to cloud is extremely simple. Which means that if a customer is on-prem and tomorrow he wants to shift, our partners will be delighted to do it with very little fuss. Right? It's very easy to transform. The third part is that our ability to actually work across the types of partners. We have a very robust distribution system. So there are partners who are very good in sales and customer engagement. So the abstraction on services, installation, cyber transformation of the customer rests with the distributor. So our distributors are genuinely value add, and they can help the lower end of the market and the partners there to transform. At the higher end, of course, the GSIs are there. Then we have the large entities who actually partner with us and address them. So those are well taken care of. But specifically on the lower end, value-added distribution is genuinely something that we have built as a capability with our distributors that will help bootstrap our resellers who can only focus on sales but leave the services to specialists, and that will rest with the distributor.
All right. My final question is that, what is the kind of investment that you have already done? What is the plan, very strategically, on these partners in the market? Let us conclude with this.
Sure. India is a very, very important market for us. We have a large engineering presence. We have currently around 600 people. And this is not a back office or a cost center. Like I said earlier, core engineering on cloud as well as Nexus happens here. So India is a very important market for us. Having said that, specifically to the partners, we have around 700 registered partners. We will continue to invest very heavily in terms of having the partners capacity to address our customer requirements, whether it's hybrid, whether it's SASE, whether it's AI-driven SecOps, or what we call next generation SOC technology. So we will continue to invest very heavily. More importantly, I think we are at a stage where we are helping our partners transform to deliver managed security services. Like I said, that's where the future is tending to. The market landscape is becoming so complex and so important that customers are looking for outcome-based services. And that's where we are investing a significant amount of skill transfer to our partners to deliver that.
I think with this, we are going to close this conversation because we have such a flight already late. Thank you to us for taking 5 minutes and looking forward.
Thanks for having me, and thanks for being a wonderful audience. Enjoy the rest of the evening.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for this chat. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move forward to the next presentation, we have a beautiful AV, the AV I was talking about by Palo Alto, that we would like to present in front of all of you. Let's have the AV on screen, please. We also have a lucky draw which is going to happen in a few minutes. So those of you who want to get very lucky today and are in the mood to win some amazing prizes, when I mean amazing, I literally mean the word amazing. We have 3 of our exhibitors who are going to be giving prizes. We've got 2 prizes coming up from Technomind. Is that the brand outside? What you all need to do is you all need to go and drop your visiting cards. They've got a fishbowl there for the lucky draw. So please ensure you go and drop your cards. We will be conducting the lucky draw say in like the next half an hour. There are lots of prizes waiting to be won. Five prizes by DigiSwitch and 2 by. We have 2 coming up by Acronis and 3 by ACOX. So yeah, quite a number of prizes to be won in the lucky draw. All you have to do is go to the respective booths and please ensure you drop your visiting cards. All right, ladies and gentlemen, eyes on screen, we have the Palo Alto video coming up for you.
In response to unprecedented world events, leaders everywhere are dramatically accelerating their digital transformation. This means more remote users and devices, creating more targets for cyber attacks. Rapid cloud deployments are accelerating faster than digital enterprise security teams can keep up with. And advanced cyber criminals are capitalizing on the digital acceleration at breakneck speed. We need to prioritize cybersecurity as a key business priority, investing billions of dollars annually to secure their data and assets. We are looking for security more than response, which are more limited to degrade sophisticated cyber attacks. To capitalize on this massive opportunity, Alto Networks offers innovation, sensors, and the latest breakthroughs in artificial intelligence, analytics, automation, and orchestration. This innovation helps us to deliver security that stays ahead of threats rather than just reacting to them. All via our platform, integrated, automated, and with over 70,000 customers, we serve 71% of the global 2,000 companies. For the past 10 consecutive years, our Next Wave Partner Program has been consistently recognized by CRM as one of the top programs in the industry. It is designed for partners who want to help protect our digital and security innovations. In fiscal year 2021, more than 800 partners doubled their Palo Alto Network bookings. Our partners conducted over 7,300 security lifecycle reviews, 10,400 best practice assessments, and 4,900 customer evaluations. We want next.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's Palo Alto for all of you. Also the brands that's presenting this amazing event that all of us are witnessing. So can we hear it for Palo Alto once, please? With that energy, as dinner time is going, everything very easy, waiting for don't worry, we're getting there. Just the last couple of presentations. We have the industry presentation, which is going to be given by Mr. Gaurav Nagar, and CEO of requesting Mr. Gaurav Nagar to please join us back in the ballroom.
Hi everyone, my name is Gaurav. I'm the founder of Everett. I don't want to stand in between your drinks and dinner, so I'll keep it short. Thanks for everyone to be so attentive throughout until 7 p.m. So this is Everett, and we have a motto of security for our customers. And this because thanks to Palo Alto, we know what is happening. Future is remote, cybersecurity criminals are everywhere, right? But the problem is the cybersecurity threat for frontline workers. These guys are staff turnover, these people who work on the sellers, etc. They have access to sensitive customers. They really don't care about their company. They get salaries and no regard for security. They are so susceptible to and legacy solutions are not made to solve issues. anywhere. A gig worker can be working from home. Some worker, sales guy can be working in city, not have back to the office. And also these solutions are very managed because not a lot of things cost that you have to manage these services, cost of more services, etc. So what we do is a managed, secure, easy to use, cost effective system that has all these very features, management features. So you get a central management dashboard where you can manage all policies. Updates patching is done for you automatically. It's easy to use. I can show you later. All the apps and tools are created. It is secure from day one. So, I, so it comes in with all your cybersecurity UI build install, right? The hardware encryption as soon as all the apps sandbox attack, so I can attack if there's any attack on the app. Patching, one of the biggest problems since I don't know before I was still there, and we are ultimately or automatically patched without needing any management software. We give the least privileged access to apps and users so that you can just do what they're supposed to do for you. And we have all your security tools inbuilt, so you don't have to buy an MDM or manage it. You don't have to buy that content filtering via some big companies, right? You have asset management inbuilt. You get reporting. And then when I spoke about these people having low cybersecurity awareness, if they receive a phishing email, they are likely to click on it when it says, get $100 or whatever. So we restrict all known threats by default. On top of that, companies have access to a point-and-click interface where they can say, don't allow these users to visit ABC websites or ABC categories. You can restrict what apps they install, what apps they can use, what features of the devices they can use, like whether they can connect to an app hotspot or whether they can connect Bluetooth. On top of that, as an IT manager or a security manager in the organization, your customers get a simplified dashboard where you don't need to know how to write a GPO policy. You don't need to have a GPO. You can just go to our portal, point and click and say, disable this, enable that, don't allow this, don't allow that. Or push these configurations with a point and click interface. So it removes a lot of friction between IT and the end users, but it also ensures that whatever policy you have set underneath the hood, you don't need to know how to write a script, or how to know how does it work. So it works very well for organizations that don't have those capabilities of security and IT. Plus, you get a lot of reporting, what they are doing, when did they log in, when did they go for a break, what websites did they visit, what did they download or try to upload, and all this stuff, which also gives you analytics on productivity, but also allows you to understand what is the behavior pattern of my employees, what can I do better to secure or enhance productivity of my organization. So, and we have customers that we have reduced more than 50% of IT costs for their lower-end workers, frontline workers, outsourced workers, developers, by making sure that they don't have to buy and manage IT security tools anymore. They can reuse their existing hardware or start using lower-end hardware that Windows 11 would not allow them to. And it reduces IT administrative support costs because everything else is automated. So that is what we say to our customers: upgrade to something that is made for the enterprise. Get that peace of mind that you don't have to worry whether my endpoints are up to date, whether the policies that I put are there, whether these employees are coming back to office or not, right? Whether they are into my office network, whether they get connected to the MDM solutions or patch management solutions that I put in. There is no learning curve. We make it look like the most prominent operating system. You have all the apps that you need. You can scale your business immediately. You can get started in 20 minutes. Show you more over our group. Some of you have already. That's it. My name is Gaurav. Let's have some more conversations. We are looking for partners in India. I'll see you guys later. Thank you.
Check. Thank you, Mr. Nagar, for simplifying IT security for a lot of us and for highlighting some of the solutions that your organization can provide for the industry. We have the presentation of the day coming up, which is going to be given by Mr. Savan, CEO. Do we have Mr. Savan here? Over to you.
Good evening, everyone. Audible now? So, apologies for the delay. I know I'm one of the last speakers, of course. Right? The awards and then the games. So, firstly, I'm very right? About Appitai, I think everyone knows what we do from our overall company. We are a cybersecurity company. We started off half year back. Cybersecurity is primarily a landscape that is constantly evolving. The threats are continuing to change, and so are the needs of cybersecurity leaders. Right? You cannot now a particular solution in the way you know 5 years or 1 year down the line. And that's why we are very useful. We are fastest growing cybersecurity startup. Organizations scale up posture, and understanding of complete threat. They primarily operate in a lot of help organizations to grow vulnerable. And do that
Since I said and mentioned this slide saying that we are a cybersecurity startup, when we started in 2021, and in fact it started in October 2021, the first month was the March month. Within 1 year, we were able to get around 80 plus customers. These 80 plus customers filling up space to a large enterprise space. We are able to fill these customers across to improve the overall security in this complete vision. Coming towards the financial year of 2022, we are now 120 plus customers. That's the kind of scalability I'm talking about. Aquila as a model is a very simple model. Right? You gain that insight and easily. That's how we easily scale it up. Let me just briefly dive down into what exactly we do from cybersecurity. It primarily helps you completely get an because you have and a complete. We started off with Aquila simulation cyber awareness. We started from where you started off with them. We help users get how then scale to different levels. Coming towards the area of security, we primarily help organizations more of them and actually work a lot on to breach attack simulations, first and uptime monitoring. Helping organizations keep their security posture on their infrastructure on the top notch is what we believe in. Coming to a where we primarily have driven a lot of focus and understanding for brands is nowadays not still believing in the old concept of eventually now the brands are try to help organizations doing that. When your brand needs to know what is speaking of domain, what are the locations across Twitter handle, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, so on and so forth. What's your brand reputation? That's the kind of visibility we currently delivered across the organizations. Moving on, very crucial across area which was primarily impacting the big scale. DMARC and primarily with complete comprehensive view across all the areas. Achieve maximum out of that what we believe. So I'm pretty sure this today's event was pretty much unpacked about cybersecurity. This whole audience which makes us unique, right? We are complete is not help you achieve to deliver across complete view without any involvement, any dependence on any cross organization. Get that cycle. We do that in this product. Yeah. Number one, you don't have to completely apply the whole solution to your own. You can scale that up. That's why it's completely scalable. We cannot talk about that complete overview. By it, we can also break it down. Second, there is a complete zero dependency on the internal teams of an IT leader. A solution already given there, quickly to manage out. When we help you, is not the solution does the job. So, right now, of my solution. So, 10% is on the clock to deliver the. And a very important thing, organizations nowadays do lack this visibility. We find there's no single view of saying that, okay, how is my organization posture? Now, like comes in place, right? We primarily help you gain that visibility. Completely dashboard, map that out, and understand how you can be moved. And as I earlier mentioned, you don't need to, work around it. You can go live and within next live with the dashboard. And that's the part of the moving on. Let me just quickly highlight what's the risk posture for an organization, right? 23% of the time, users, and I mean like any organization, pick that up. I can primarily be free of cost to be 23% users of the organization are making the organization, right? There are out of the efficient email. That's the activity they will catch. Out of that, almost 7 of those will primarily open and want to idea that somewhere anything, right? Quick motion. I will help people organize. Right? Some of where you work with, right? You saw some kind of last 1.5 years. You kind of have a back. What have the banks of the world working with us. We have largest with us. You CICI, using your mutual fund do my to the largest with us when it comes to RPG, when it comes to wholesale. And not only we scale that up for the Indian geography, but we also scale that up for the other countries. I can, will I work with and so on. I think blue dot transfer. You see all these are all the large enterprises we're talking about. We have been able to scale that across we are complete inside. Stock markets, angel broking, name a lot. Right? We have everything invested in the BFSI, and that's out there. Actually, BFSI has been a leading this posture industry has helped us pave the way across for multiple other industries. Just give you quick insights across what we have achieved so far, right? Across various organizations, and that's the kind of skill we need, right? You organization and run relations. On how in microsegments or in microsegments. We will target some first or make a complete visible description. Almost managed to 30,000 plus we've been able to identify the vulnerabilities for this these have been and that volume able to understand synchronize it with the complete visibility of almost all these things have been identified in the application. Our platform, right? We will be able to form organizations and give them a complete visibility. Some of the organizations who have, recognized our efforts just to uh, 1.5 million DDM still organized have been able to achieve. We operate not only in India, right? We're a making company. We operate in the and that's the kind of reach. If you have customers, if you have discussions, we are open to have them. While we talked about Akila, while you have shared what we can do for you, what we can do for you, and let's talk about what we actually have out of it. We actually deal with a lot of business, right? And I we are primarily a women organization and a business, right? We want to actually work and understand the pain of right? How to do scale up and that's very good. We will be working with you, we will help you with getting maximum and that's what we a complete and old There's one thing which we always believe in, and since this is a positive, there's one thing which I really believe in. That's one of the important things we will ever do. As a conversation, we always work with you. We will always work with you, delivering the actual value of will move. That will cost me better. That's the kind of guarantee we will give to you. Let's talk about why you have a lot of to gain with. There's a reason why Akira we open source platform, right? I have a development team, I have a complete in-house secure team with we have local support. And I think that's one of the key in any organization. Right? If you know customers are here, you know that your customers will touch upon you need to have to we primarily focus on a GTM strategy, and that is very, very important for any growth. The focus towards customer delivery. You will never have a customer product. You will never have that. Personal team, there's a company being drawn. We work with you and your team. Third, and the most important thing for you guys, right? Every one of you have a lot of managing. There's something which is very, very clear in your organization. Who's I don't expect you guys to primarily deliver to the customer. Ownership, right? And deliver to the customer. You have a complete team dedicatedly working for delivering what exactly the promise. But of course, the most important thing, this is not obviously this is not primarily we have experts working around the clock to actually what exactly we process. This whole solution is built to ensure that everything customers market requires and build up and scale up. Thank you so much, guys. I know it's good for the awards, but thank you so much, everyone. Right. Sure. So primarily what we have done in the life of over years is a complete strategy. When there is something which is on surface, we'll be able to scan. The engine is and we build flexibility. What it will have for your vulnerability. If you see the platform can primarily do the job of figuring out where your brand is and your brand vulnerability carries over exactly your organization. You'll be able to deliver that organization. And that's why we primarily focus on this. I would, like to thank you so much, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Sari, for his presentation. He has highlighted business enterprises in figuring out their vulnerabilities, also providing solutions which will bridge these gaps, which will bridge these security lapses once there is something. Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think it is safe for me to all share my feelings. The conference is over. There's a lot to explain, there's a lot of changes because so many speakers have shared so many insights regarding where however, it is it's celebration time, and I'm going to give all of you sitting here a maybe person to celebrate. It's all with reward or not, but you're definitely taking a reward. We have three of our exhibitors who are going to be out amazing prizes. brand, which is ACOP. First of all, the lucky draw prizes. I want to request Mr. Modi to please join us on. Also, what we've done is that we've got the fish bowl, and this is ACOP's fish bowl. So, and lucky you qualified for this lucky draw. We have the first managing director, Targus Colonel Director Targus Colonel Balwinder Singh, who's going to be doing the honors. So probably Sir's going to be very lucky. So we're doing this right here in front of you to play absolutely fair. So please अच्छे से shuffle कर दो. Yeah, last if you want to put it last 20 seconds, hurry up. Very content people. And then just change people's heart. Last 5 seconds now. 5. Two amazing Amazon Echoes to be won by ACOPS. So, who's the first winner? The first winner is Manager IT Sales, BPE, Mr. Jitinder Pandey. Mr. Pandey, if you're here in the ballroom, I request you to please join us on stage. You are the brand new owner of a brand new Amazon Echo. Not here? Now that's pretty fun, right? Okay. So in such a scenario, what happens is we move to the next name. So, here. Director Andy Shaw, Mr. Ajay C. Bhayani. Who makes the noise if we have a winner in the house, or probably even if the person is out there, we can give that. Mr. Bhayani, if you will please join us on stage. Yes, yes. Not here? Yes. So I was going to be winning a brand new Amazon Echo. Please put your hands together. Come on. Don't worry, one more Echo to go. Okay, time to discover who our next winner is. So please give your honor. Sales Manager, Government Vertical Maple Cloud Technology, Ashi Asif. Congratulations. So that was very first round, and the lucky draw prizes were sponsored by ACOPS. Don't worry, 2 more brands to go. Some more prizes. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us on stage and doing the honors. Okay. So our next brand, which is sponsoring the lucky draw prizes, is Econis. However, what Econis has done is that they got a which roll outside and they done a lucky draw. I can see the names of the two winners of this lucky draw. There is Paula Stage, CIO and CISO, Team Computers, Mr. Prasenjit Mukherjee. Very first winner. If I see Sandeep Prasenjit joining on stage. We're going to take a picture because, of course, sir is the winner and he's joined us here on this very special occasion. However, without fail, these prizes are going to be emailed because the prize is a 25 rupees Amazon voucher. What Acronis is doing is winner is 3,500 rupees Amazon voucher. So one more prize. And this winner is Business IoT and Cloud Solution Network, Ms. Pija. Congratulations. We don't have the gift tangibly here, but you can be rest assured you will definitely be getting an email from Acronis and Amazon. Congratulations. Thank you, sir. So this next round is pretty interesting. I'll tell you why, because it's not lucky draw. It's probably, you have to make a little effort for this. It's a quiz. This quiz is being brought to you by British Switch. We've got 5 prizes, 1 prize for each question, 5 questions coming your way. However, this quiz is only how many institution partners do we raise your hand? Oh, yeah. Okay. So, immediately. So 5 questions, 5 सवाल है मेरे पास. Some have options, some don't. So to tell me the right answer, the person giving the answer. And to join me, giveaway, I request Chief Mr. Kumar to join me on stage. So you're going to be helping style, so you're tall enough to pass off as Amitabh Bachchan. So please help me out. So the very first question, which is indigenous migration from on-premise cloud without any modification is known as 4 options. I'm giving you the options. First one is react, lift and shift. Third one is the fourth one is overload. What the answer is, man? I think sir, so I'm going to give the opportunity to you. Like that. Somebody answers incorrectly, then the opportunity goes to the next person.
Option 2.
Which is?
Lift and shift.
That is the correct answer. Congratulations, you are a very lucky man today. 2 prizes. So can I request you to please join us? Can we switch prizes on stage, please? In the meantime, I'm going to start asking the next question. There are no answers. There are no options to this question. There's just the question is, what is the name of the first system? Solutions providers in the cloud. Yes, there's a mention there. Can you pass the mic to him? Yes. I pointed. उनको देना है. I'm sorry. I'm trying to be fair. Whoever raises the hand, give the opportunity to that person. Is that correct, sir? All right. So, sir, approved here that is the correct answer. So, please make your way to the stage. Congratulations. You Accelerator target portfolio. Your next question coming up. What is the full form of RTO/RTO in the DI project? Does anyone know the answer? Yes. Here. Yeah. Yes, what according to you is the right answer?
Recovery time objective and recovery point objective. Point objective and recovery point objective.
Absolutely right. Congratulations. Please join us on stage. No, as the questions are getting over, that the applause is also reducing. Like the enthusiasm in the people seems to be dropping. What next question? The fourth question is, what are best strategies for enterprises business continuity? What options are? What are the best strategies for enterprises business continuity? The option is A, quality, or option B, hyper resilience strategy. Yes, sir. I will give that. I will. Yes. Sir, finally, we are done. Are you sure? That's the right answer. Please make your way to the stage. Congratulations. Up to literally out of my number of people. Yes, people is genuine. Congratulations. Last one coming up, ladies and gentlemen. Mailstore provides real-time email archival solutions for your options are Zimbra-based mail systems. I'll try. Fortunately, someone this side. Yeah,
All of the above.
absolutely right. Congratulations. Please make a इस बार तो कोई भी तालियां नहीं है. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move into the final segment, which is the award segment, we got one of our sponsors who really will like to display. This is one of the and again, I thought it would be possible. So, can you please?
He was responsible for the first fire. His appetite for innovation. That survived. Adapted by our species over thousands of years, driving innovations that define cultures and communities across the globe. Over the last century, technological advancements walk exponential pace. We entered the clusters, meters, and machines. We got into the age of computers and ultimately the internet. The speed with which technology is phenomenal. Global and high-speed internet penetration across the globe spread like wildfire. It took innovators less than a decade to democratize internet and computers with the advent of simple like handheld devices. Devices that came a couple of generations ago with constant and time. Every technological evolution led to a deluge of innovation. But before the next decade was over, it became a digital first world. Combined with arranging transport and communicating with loved ones, the elevating their lifestyle, everything was driven through mobile applications. But it's still the third millennium, while innovations continue to expand, organizations strive to identify their digital go-to market strategies to thrive in the new norm. Today, Accelerator generates more data in its pipeline than no country probably a decade ago. One biggest tools to move it, automation and AI to manage this explosion of data, cloud, blockchain, metaverse, and other digital innovations became the answer to address the exponential data growth. Securing the digital enterprise and protecting critical data aspects became a priority. Because now, for the first time, an adoption of technology is observed. Innovation and disruption are no longer a once-in-a-blue phenomenon. It happens every second, and this has led to what we call technology friction. The gap between data innovation versus overhead. It is this gap that Reddington seeks to address, and we really by bringing digital innovation, disruptive technology, world-class consulting, and professional services closer to you. Our product offerings are exhaustive, but it is our depth, understanding, and investments in data, security, and cloud practices that puts us in a unique position to deliver outcomes for customers across the region. Reddington, addressing technology friction by accelerating transformation.
Check. Absolutely true to our theme of today's discussion, accelerating transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the final somebody will tell us here a reason to celebrate. We are moving to the award segment. So I'm going to start with the very first category, which is individual award. Individual award, our publisher, Mr. Sanjeev. Let's welcome sir. One round of applause, please. He is also the team who made an event of this sort possible. All right. I'm going to announce the name of the category first, along with the name of the winner and the organization. The very first award is from the most favorite channel leader 2022, and the award goes to Vice President and General Manager Channels India, Dell Technologies, and the ISAT. Congratulations, Mr. CG. Our next award is for Systems Integrator. And this award goes to Director of Technologies Private Limited, Alvinder Singh. Let's welcome the next category, ladies and gentlemen, is Partner of the Year 2022. The winner is Head Partner of the Year, Next category, ladies and gentlemen, is Marketer of the Year. The Senior Marketer Manager is Malik. Marketer of the year, and the winner is Senior Marketing Manager Regulatory, and the winner is Mr. Sonia Clark. Applause. Come on. The next Marketer of the Year 2022 goes to Senior Marketing, Senior Manager Marketing, Mehul. We have Mr. Chakravarti. The next category is the award of Marketer of the Year 2022. The award goes to Vivekan. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Vivekan. Hotel Marketing of the Year 2022. The winner is APGPMB.